Section 16 of In the Andamans and Nicobars by C. Boden Kloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nicobar Islands and their Aborigines. The Nicobars lie 80 miles south of the Andaman group and 110 miles from Sumatra proper, and constitute a chain of islands 160 miles long, lying in a north-northwest, half-west direction, with a branch forking out from their center north by east. The area of the group is about 600 square miles, and it consists of some 20 islands, of which the principal are Nicobar, Batti Malv, Tilanchong, Chora, Teresa, Pompoka, Kamorta, Trinket, Nankauri, Kachal, Little Nicobar and Great Nicobar. Besides these, there are several small satellite islands. Great Nicobar possesses Kondul and Kabra, Little Nicobar, Milo and Menchal, with Trace, Track, and Miro further off. And lastly, near the south extremity of Tilanchong, there is the rocky islet named Isle of Man. There are villages on Kondul and Milo, but Batti Malv and Tilanchong are uninhabited. Two large isolated coral banks occur, one near Chora, with only 1.5 fathoms of water, and another, far more extensive in the Sombrero Channel, with 11 fathoms of water above it. Although the Nicobar Islands are scarcely ever heard of, the China mail boats and other great ocean steamers pass almost in sight of them nearly every day, and they possess in the central group one of the finest harbours in the eastern seas. Nankauri Harbour has not only entrances on the east and west that make it practicable for any sort of vessel in both monsoons, but these are further protected by the islands of Trinket and Kachal respectively, which give sheltered anchorage outside the mouth of the harbour itself. By any other nation than the British, it would be highly valued at the present time as a coaling station, but owing to its proximity to the Straits settlements and the failure of the small islands around to produce anything more valuable than coconuts, it is completely neglected by its possessors from both commercial and strategical standpoints. The natives of the group number at present a few short of 6,000, to which should be added a possible 300 to 400 Shompen, and there are generally some 200 foreigners resident in the north during the trading monsoon. The islands increase in size as they are passed towards the south, but the contrary is the case with regard to population, which decreases regularly island by island, with 1 or 2 exceptions, from Nicobar in the north with 3,451 inhabitants to Great Nicobar with only 87. The Nicobar Islands belong to an area of elevation which can be traced from the Bay of Bengal far into the southern seas, and is characterized by 2 phenomena. First, the activity of the interior of the earth showing itself in volcanic action, and secondly, the activity of the coralline animals, disclosing itself in the formation of that kind of coral reefs known as fringing or coast reefs. The islands occupy a gap without volcanoes between the volcanic ranges of Sumatra and Barren and Narcondam Islands, and the occurrence of young volcanic rock in them is improbable. They are distinctly characterized as a portion of the chain of oceanic elevation which began in former geological periods and still continues, by the upheaved coral banks and by the continuous formation of coral reefs. The synclinals and anticlinals in the geological structure of the islands are coincident with the direction of the great geological line of elevation which connects the northern part of Sumatra with the Andamans. Among the geological formations of the Nicobars, 3 are the most important. 1. An eruptive serpentine with gabbro formation. 2. Marine deposits, probably of a younger tertiary age, consisting of sandstone, slates, clay marls and plastic clay. 3. Recent coral reef formations. The serpentine and gabbro formation is characteristically of an eruptive nature. The tertiary sandstones, slates and clay marls appear forcibly broken through. Their strata is partly inclined, partly bent and flat, parallel wave-like undulations. These rocks are accompanied by coarser and finer breccias composed of angular fragments of these same rocks, and they can partly be regarded as friction breccias, partly as sedimentary tufas, in which beds of an argillaceous marl are interstratified, The eruption of these plutonic masses appears therefore to fall in a time when the formation of the marine deposits was partially completed, partially still in progress. They broke through on lines of fracture, of which the principal strike from south-southeast to north-northwest agrees with the longitudinal extension of the islands. On the middle islands, the Serpentine and Gabbro attain their greatest development. On Tilanchong, Teresa, Pompoka, Komota and Nankauri, they form bare hill ranges of 200 to 500 feet, and their configuration often marvelously resembles that of younger volcanic formations. The elevatory power has, however, acted most strongly on the southern islands, and has here upheaved sandstones and slates to heights of 1,500 to 2,000 feet above sea level. On the northern islands, the same power was, on the contrary, weakest. The clay marls of the northern and central islands, Nicobar, Teresa, Pompoka, Komota, Trinket and Nankauri, and the sandstones and slates of the southern, Kachal, Little and Great Nicobar, appear to be only petrologically different products of one and the same period of deposition. There are, at the same time, very few materials from which the age of the marine formation could be determined, as the only fossil remains which have been found in their strata are fragments of driftwood changed to brown coal, plants resembling fucoids, foraminifera, and polycystinae. All these indicate more or less distinctly a young tertiary age. We find repetition of the geological condition of the Nicobars on the southern coast of Java and the southwest coast of Sumatra. The third principal formation of the Nicobars are coral formations belonging to the most recent or the present period. Coral banks of great thickness are found on Nicobar, Pompoka, Trinket, and other islands. They consist partly of compact coral limestone, partly of a coral and shell conglomerate upheaved 30 or 40 feet above the present level of the sea. On all the islands, the original area is to be observed enlarged by coral land, which is only separated by the higher sand dunes along the shores from the still continuing formation of the coral reefs surrounding all the islands in the character of fringing reefs. Although these raised coral banks are decided evidence of the long-continued upheaval of the islands, that, in connection with the eruption of the Serpentines and Gabbros, the formation of the flat coral lands, elevated a few feet only above the sea, can on the other hand be explained by the accumulation of coral fragments, of sand and shells, by the waves and breakers on the shallow surface of the fringing reefs. Coal of a brown variety has been found in Little Nicobar, Trace, Milo, and Kondul, but everywhere in isolated masses and single fragments, showing traces of rolling, met with here and there without order in sandstone and slate, and evidently derived from driftwood. The only traces of minerals discovered have been ores of copper and iron pyrites, finely disseminated through dioritic and serpentine rocks. The possibility of the occurrence of copper ores in the eruptive formation cannot be denied, but no discovery has yet been made which would indicate it. On the other hand, the islands are rich in useful building materials. The sandstone of the southern islands must give excellent working stones. The plastic clays of the north could doubtless be worked into bricks or pottery. The natives of Chora largely employ it in their earthenware manufactures. Although the islands are generally beyond the sphere of cyclonic disturbances, they have more than once experienced the effect of earthquakes. One of the most remarkable of those is said to have occurred from October 31 to December 5, 1847, when fire is reported to have been seen on one of the mountains of Great Nicobar. Part of the northern coast of the latter, especially in the vicinity of the Ganges harbour, sank beneath the sea, and for long the locality was deserted by the Aborigines. On December 1881, an earthquake felt also at the Andamans and throughout the Bengal Sea generally caused extensive damage in Nicobar to the coconut groves and huts of the natives. Vents were opened in the sandy soil, inland trees were overthrown, sea waves broke on the island, and at the village of Mos, water rose into the houses of the Burmese traders, which stood on platforms 2.5 feet high. There was another earthquake at Nicobar in November 1899, when strong but not alarming shocks lasting 10 minutes were experienced. The last occurred on September 18, 1900, when 2 heavy and severe shocks, each lasting 5 minutes, were felt throughout the island, but caused no damage. The climate of the Nicobars is more uniform than that of the Andamans, for it is less diversified by wet and dry seasons, heat and cold, and in this respect resembles that of the Malay Peninsula at the same latitude. The prevalence of malaria renders the group unhealthy alike for foreigners and in certain localities for the natives, and all the attempts at settlement have resulted in great mortality from this cause. Although where jungle exists, an improvement is said to have taken place when the land has been cleared. The average mean annual temperature is about 82.5 degrees, the maximum in the shade between 93 degrees and 94 degrees, and the minimum 73 degrees. March and April are the hottest months, with means of 82 degrees and 83 degrees, and a maximum of 89 degrees, while August to December, when the mean temperature is 79 degrees, is the coolest part of the year. The mean annual temperature at Nankauri is 80 degrees, and while the highest reading recorded is 99 degrees, the lowest is 70 degrees. The mean diurnal range there varies between 9 degrees and 11 degrees only. Although the seasons of the monsoons are the same, they are not so well defined among the Nicobars as on the coast of the Bay of Bengal generally. But heavy rains occur in May, June, and July, when the southwest monsoon is at its height, and rains rarely cease until December. March is the driest month, and while from May to December there is an average monthly rainfall of 12 inches with 20 wet days per month, for the rest of the year the monthly average is only 2.9 inches, with showers on 26 days only. At Nankauri, the mean humidity is 79% and the annual rainfall 110 inches, while as regards the southern group of islands, there is good ground for the belief that much more rain falls, probably not less than an average of 150 inches annually. This is doubtless attributable to the forest-clad mountains of Great and Little Nicobar. The prevailing winds are the monsoons, the southwest from the beginning of May till mid-October, followed by variable winds to the end of the year, the northeast monsoon from January until April, with an interval of more variable winds before the other sets in. Hurricanes seldom visit the islands, but in March 1892 the central group was subjected to a cyclone which caused much destruction in the forest. During the southwest monsoon, frequent thunderstorms and gales of wind occur, especially in the vicinity of Great Nicobar. The northeast monsoon brings fine weather, but sometimes blows with considerable strength. A remarkable feature of the Nicobars is the manner in which the general botanical appearance of the islands coincides with the geological division, for while the southern group, Great and Little Nicobar with Kachal, are wooded from beach to summit, the forests of the other islands are restricted to the plutonic rocks and the slopes and delts of the older alluvium, while the hilly plateau and ridges are covered with park-like grass heaths. The most prominent features of the flora are perhaps the quantities of Barringtonia speciosa, which with their large, shiny leaves and beautiful crimson-tipped tassel-like blossoms grow all along the coasts, the tall screw pines, Pandanus larum, bearing the immense fruits that provide the main food of the natives, and the graceful Nicobar palms, Ptychoraphis augusta, which occur in all the forests. Giant bamboos are extremely scarce, but the climbing species, Dinocloa, is common everywhere in the jungle, and beautiful tree ferns, Alsophila albocetacea, grow in the forest and along the river banks of the south. A mangosteen, Garcinia speciosa, and a cinnamon, Cinnamonum obtusifolium, grow wild, as do the pepper vine, piper beetle that supplies the cirrhe leaf, and the beetle palm Areca catacou. These too are also cultivated, and it is said that the latter is not indigenous. The large numbers of milky climbers leads to the hope that some rubber-yielding varieties may be discovered capable of supplying a sufficient quantity of raw material for export. The vanilla orchid occurs, and the southern forests produce quantities of rattan, both as a small variety that is exported, and a large cane 2 inches or so in diameter, which the natives use for the horizontal rafters in the circular framework of their house. Semicarpus heterophyllus, Morinda citrifolia, Artocarpus lacucha, and A. chaplasha, Cordia mixa, Mellitus philippenensis, and Ammonium fenslii may be mentioned specially as species capable of yielding commercial products. But their sparseness, coupled with the fact that it is easier and cheaper to cover the soil with coconuts and areca palms, puts out of the question the possibility of utilizing the species to any profit. The Nicobars produce few trees of any commercial value as timber, and those probably not in large quantities. The best of these are Myristica iria and Terminalia bialata, and of secondary value in this respect are Mimosops littoralis, Hopia odorata, Artocarpus chaplasha, and lacucha, Calophyllum spectabile, Terminalia procera, and species of Garcinias. Evergreen forest predominates, and mixed forest appears only occasionally, but pure leaf-shedding forest is not met with. And as regards species, there is a marked absence of Dipterocarpus trees. It is in the writings of Ptolemy that we find the first probable reference to the Nicobars, for after the Andamans, the next group mentioned by him is the Barusae, which seems to be the Lanka Balus of the older Arab navigators, since these are certainly the Nicobars. The islands were also known to the same voyagers under the names of Megabalu and Legabalu. The Chinese, another race of great navigators in these seas, have records of the Nicobars for 1,000 years and more. The next reference of any importance is that of an Arab trader who came into contact with the group during a voyage to southern China in 851 AD. Nagabalus, which are pretty well people, both the men and women there go naked, except that the women conceal their private parts with leaves of trees. When shipping is among these islands, the inhabitants come off in embarkations and bring with them ambergris and coconuts, which they truck for iron, for they want no clothing, being free from the inconveniences of heat or cold. Rashid then writes of the islands in nearly the same terms under the name of Lakvarim, opposite Lamuri, a kingdom of Sumatra. And the very imaginatively minded author, Friar Orderic, compiled a chapter on Nicobarin, which is a mass of the wildest fable, utterly unworthy of credence, containing as it does details of people with faces like dogs, who are stout in battle, not a characteristic of the modern Nicobarese, and worshippers of the ox, while their king possessed strings of pearls and the largest ruby in the world. Concerning the island of Nicobarin, when you leave the island of Java, the Less, Sumatra, and the kingdom of Lambri, you sail north almost 150 miles, and then you come to 2 islands, one of which, Great Nicobar, is called Nicobarin. In this island they have no king nor chief, but live like beasts. And I tell you, they go all naked, both men and women, and do not use the slightest covering of any kind. They are idolaters. Their woods are all of noble and valuable kinds of trees, such as red sanders, and Indian nut, and cloves, and Brazil, and sundry other good spices. There is nothing else worth relating, says Marco Polo, who probably only passed near the islands in or about the year 1293, but who gathered fairly accurate information about them. After the Cape of Good Hope was doubled in 1497, the islands were frequented by voyagers as expeditions to the east became more numerous. It was the Nicobar custom in 1566, says Master Caesar Frederick, that if any ship come near to that place or coast as they passed that way, as in my voyage it happened. As I came from Malacca through the channel of Sombrero, there came 2 of their barks near our ship, laden with fruit as with monces, which we call Adam's apples, which fruit is like to our turnips, but is very sweet and good to eat. They would not come into the ship for anything we could do, neither would they take any money for their fruit, but they would truck for old shirts or old linen breeches. These rags we let down with a rope into their bark unto them, and look what they thought their things to be worth. So much fruit they would make fast to the rope, and let us hale it in. And it was told me that sometimes a man shall have for an old shirt a good piece of amber. In his East Africa and Malabar, Barbosa refers shortly to the Nicobars. In front of Sumatra, across the Gulf of the Ganges, are 5 or 6 small islands, which have very good water and ports for ships. They are inhabited by Gentiles, poor people. They are called Nicobar, and they find in them very good amber, which they carry thence to Malacca and other ports. Captain John Davis, of Arctic fame, the inventor of the back staff, the earliest form of quadrant, piloted a Dutch ship to the East Indies and touched in 1599 at the Central Nicobars. He wrote that the people brought in great store of hens, oranges, lemons, and other fruit, and some ambergris which we bought for pieces of linen cloth and table napkins. These isles are pleasant and fruitful, lowland, and have good road for ships. The people are most base, only living upon fruits and fish, not manuring the ground, and therefore having no rice. During the reign of Elizabeth, Sir James Lancaster made several voyages to the East Indies, and touched at the Nicobars. 2 of his officers, Barker and May, have chronicled a visit to the islands in 1592, in a description which would apply more accurately to the Pulo Y group. The islands of Nicobar, says Barker, we found inhabited with Moors, and after we came to an anchor the people came aboard us in their canoes with hens, cocoas, plantains, and other fruits, and in 2 days they brought to us royals of plate, giving us them from calicut cloth, which royals they find by diving for them in the sea, which were lost not long before by 2 Portugal ships, which were bound for China, and were cast away there. They call in their language the cocoa, Kalambi, Malay, Klapa, the plantain, Bison, Malay, Pisang, a hen, Iam, Malay, Ayam, a fish, Ikan, Malay, Ikan, and a hog, Babi, Malay, Babi. And May, the other writer, says that the natives were in religion Mohammedans. Lancaster's own account of the islands of Nicobars is more interesting, and is based on his experiences there in 1602. Of either Pulomilo or Kondul, he writes, "Here we had fresh water and some coconuts. Other refreshing had we none. Yet the people came aboard our ships in long canoes, which would hold 20 men in one of them, and brought gums to sell instead of amber, and therewithal deceived divers of our men. For these people of the East are wholly given to deceit. They brought us hens and coconuts to sell, but held them very dear, so that we bought few of them. We stayed here 10 days. We forced to go to the island of Sombrero, the Portuguese name of Jora, some 10 or 20 leagues to the northward of Little Nicobar. Here we lost an anchor, for the ground is foul, and groweth full of counterfeit coral and some rocks, which cut our cable asunder. The people of these islands go naked, having only the privities bound up in a piece of linen cloth, which cometh about their middles like a girdle, and so between their twist. They are all of a tawny colour, and anoint their faces with divers colours. They are well limbed, but very fearful, for none of them would come aboard our ships, or enter our boats." The general reported that he had seen some of their priests all apparelled, but closed their bodies, as if they had been sewed in it, and upon their heads a pair of horns, turning backwards, tachokla, with their faces painted green, black, and yellow, and their horns also painted the same colour, and behind them, upon their buttocks, a tail hanging down very much like in the manner as in some painted clothes we paint the devil in our country. He demanding wherefore they went in that attire, answer was made him, that in such form the devil appeared to them in their sacrifices, and therefore the priests his servants were so apparelled. In this island grow trees which for their tallness, greatness, and straightness will serve the biggest ships in all our fleet for a mainmast, and the island is full of these trees. This description of the island cannot be said to be applicable at the present day. Here likewise we found upon the sand by the seaside a small twig, Virgularia mirabilis, growing up to a grand tree and offering to pluck the same, it shrunk down into the ground, and sinketh unless you hold very hard. And being plucked up, a great worm is at the root of it, and look how the tree groweth in greatness, the worm diminisheth. Now as soon as the worm is wholly turned into the tree, it rooteth in the ground, and so groweth to be great. This transformation is one of the strangest wonders I saw in all my travels. For the tree being plucked up little, the leaves stripped off, and the pill by that time it was dry, turned into an hard stone, much like to white coral, so that the worm was twice transformed with different natures. Of these we gathered and brought home many. Towards the middle of the century, Coping, a Swede, touched at one of the islands in a Dutch vessel, and thought he perceived men with tails, like those of cats, which they move in the same manner, but he was deceived by the peculiar clothing. He further credits the Nicobarese with cannibalism, for the boat's crew of 5 men that went ashore never returned, but next day their bones were found strewn over the beach. Next, Dampier was put ashore by the privateer he piloted on the northwest coast of Great Nicobar, and after a short sojourn left with his companion in a native canoe and succeeded in reaching Sumatra. The first recorded murder of a European by the natives seems to be that of Captain Owen, who was wrecked on Tilanchong, and from thence taken to Nankauri, where he was put to death on account of his ill-judged behavior towards the inhabitants. This incident is related by Hamilton in his account of his own experiences in the East Indies from 1688 to 1723, where he gives a little information about the Nicobars. The first attempt at a settlement on the islands was made by Jesuits on Nicobar in 1711, but they succumbed to the climate, and the effects of such results as they had attained to soon disappeared. Hitherto no efforts have been made to convert the natives, although missionaries of the same denomination were well acquainted with the group. In 1756, Tank took possession of the archipelago in the name of Denmark and under the designation of Fredericks Owen, and founded a colony on the north coast of Great Nicobar, which in 1760 was transferred to Kamorta, and there came an end owing to the unhealthy climate. In 1766, 14 Moravians were installed on Nankauri with a view to extending the influence of the Danish East India Company. But in a dozen years, nearly every member of the settlement was dead. They are said to have made no conversions. A Dane named Koenig, who was a doctor of the same religious body, voyaging from India to Siam in 1778, spent several hours on Nicobar, and in his diary left some account of his visit. And almost contemporaneously, a vessel under the Austrian flag, the Joseph and Teresa, Captain Bennett, anchored off the northern island. Her voyage was made to obtain plantations and trading stations in the east for the Austrian Empire. This was the scheme of a Dutchman named Bolz, who entered the Austrian service in 1775 and who accompanied the ship, a chartered English vessel with an English crew. The expedition spent 5 months in the group. A fort was erected on the island and ships purchased to trade between Madras, Pegu and the Nicobars. War in Europe ruined the company, and it was suspended after an existence of 7 years. In 1779, 2 more Moravians settled on Nankauri in an attempt to found a fresh Danish mission. But 8 years later, this was abandoned, and the survivor returned to Europe. With the commencement of the 19th century, English traders from India began to visit the islands for coconuts, and through contact with their crews, the custom and life of the natives seems to have undergone much growth and alteration. In 1831, Denmark made a last attempt to colonize the group by missionary enterprise, and Pastor Rosen was sent out. He dwelt on Nankauri in the middle of the north side of the harbor, and for a time also lived on Trinket. But after 3 years he returned to Europe, and some time later published his experiences. The year Rosen left, 2 Catholic missionaries arrived at Nicobar from Malacca, and lived on Teresa and Kamorta. But after a time one of them, Bori, died of fever, and the survivor left. This was the last of the series of missionary endeavors to found a settlement and convert the inhabitants. In 1845, Mr. Mackay, Danish consul of Calcutta, chartered a schooner and made a voyage to the group in search of coal, which was prospected for without success. A year later, the Danish corvette Galathea, voyaging round the world, spent some months among the islands, and her commander, Steen Bill, took possession of the central group for Denmark and invested 2 natives with the insignia of chief magistrates. 2 years afterwards, however, the Valkyrian was sent to the islands to bring away the flags and batons, and the last of the several ineffective annexations came to an end. The Galathea expedition surveyed much of the coasts, sought for coal and other minerals, and named the principal river the Galathea. In 1858, the Austrian frigate Novara spent a month in the group, during which half the time was passed at sea. Many parts hitherto unsurveyed were charted by them, and valuable knowledge as to the ethnographical and geological conditions of the islands was obtained. The islands were finally taken possession of by the Indian government in 1869. The British had officially annexed the group in 1807, but not occupied it, and a settlement was formed at Nankauri harbour to check the piratical proceedings of that place. And although this was given up in 1888, after it had served its purpose, the history of the Nicobars is now bound up with that of the Andamans, to which they are affiliated. Although the inhabitants of the Nicobar Islands were originally all the same stock, various causes have contributed to bring about a distinction amongst them, and they are now separated into 2 distinct ethnical groups: the Shompen of the interior of Great Nicobar, and the coast people or Nicobarese, who are found in all the inhabited islands. Of the Shompen, but little is known, as with the exception of a few families who have friendly intercourse with the coast villages, they have, as now constituted, always been persistently hostile to the Nicobarese. But it is probable that they number at most between 300 and 400 individuals. It was for long believed that the interior of Great Nicobar was inhabited by a race of Negritos akin to the Andamanese, but the Shompen are an isolated group of primitive Malayans. And although they must be regarded as the Aborigines of the islands, many features amongst them point to the fact that they are no longer racially pure. Not only does the facial appearance vary greatly, but in the hair, which is universally regarded as an almost infallible indication of race amongst primitive peoples, occur in all the grades between curly and straight. To account for this latter difference, and for the dull brown color of the skin, far darker than is usual amongst Malays, one may of course suggest remote Negrito admixture. Possibly the Andamanese, on one of the predatory voyages which it seems they were not unaccustomed to make in this direction, may have reached the island, and for some reason unable to return, have intermixed with the inhabitants. But I think it is more probable that these peculiarities are due to a Dravidian strain, and that some mariners of this race, who from before the time of Solomon were accustomed to making trading voyages to the eastern archipelago, became stranded on these islands, and incorporated themselves with the people they found there. In this way, not only would the nature of the hair, color of the skin, and occasional definiteness of the feature be accounted for, but the Aborigines would be left as we now find them, unreduced in height, while mixture with the Andamanese would probably have the effect of lessening their stature. Furthermore, I have, since my acquaintance with these people, occasionally met Tamils, whom if I had seen similarly garbed in the forests of Great Nicobar, I believe I should have been unable to distinguish from Shompen. On the other hand, they much resemble in appearance and mode of life descriptions of many of the primitive Malayans, who have intermixed with Negritos. Of these, the Kubus of Sumatra are an instance, and of the Jakuns of Johor, who are believed to be of Negrito origin, but much interbred with Malays. Mr. H. Lake writes, "The true Jakun is of short stature. 5 feet 2 inches is a fair average height. They are much darker in color than the Malay, and as a rule not so well set up. The hair, which in the pure Negrito curls closely, is here in most cases simply wavy, or even straight. They live in small communities and subsist miserably on fruits, roots, etc. They seldom remain many weeks in the same spot, but wander from place to place, living under scanty shelters built on rickety poles at a considerable height from the ground. It is not uncommon to find a dozen in company, with a tame monkey or two, cats and dogs, living in perfect harmony under the same roof. We may therefore consider the Champagne to be the Aborigines of the group, who, although everywhere else either exterminated or absorbed by settlers from outside, have in Great Nicobar found a refuge in the forest depths, and by long-standing hostility to the intruders arising from some unknown cause, have preserved to a great extent their natural traits and existence, although somewhat degenerated both on account of the less favorable circumstances in which they live and of the interbreeding that the smallness of their numbers compels. Although the Champagne are by measurement as tall in the average as the coast people, to the eye they appear smaller, and they are less robust, with lean, tough body figures, average chest measurements 35.2 inches, sinewy rather than muscular. 14 measurements of adult males gave a maximum height of 67 3/4 inches, a minimum of 62 1/8 inches, and an average height of 64 inches. Of 8 women measured, the tallest was 65 1/4 inches in height, and the smallest 57 3/8 inches, while the average stature of that number was found to be 60.8 inches. The color of the skin is a dark muddy brown or bronze, several shades deeper than the coast natives, but it is liable to slight variation and is generally a little paler in the women and girls, who resemble far more distinctly the coarse Malayan type than the men do. The hair of the head is very luxuriant and of all varieties between wavy and curly, but is not crisp or frizzly to any degree. No hair grows on the face or on the body save about the armpits, etc. The outline of the face is an oblong rectangle, and the forehead is somewhat retreating, but occasionally high and rounded, though narrow. The supraciliary arch is prominent, but the eyebrows are light. The eyes with black pupils are both oblique and horizontal, and when the latter are often accompanied by the Mongolian fold, which occurs most frequently among the women. The nose is broad and flattened, with rounded tip and rather rounded nostrils, the plane of which is upward. It is generally of medium size and straight, but now and again has a pronounced bridge or a slightly concave outline. The cheekbones and zygomatic arch are prominent, and a degree of prognathism is prevalent. The teeth are large, irregular, and discolored, and project outwards. The mouth is large, the lips thick, with the upper very curved from center to ends. They are generally closed. The lower jaw is commonly large and heavy, and the chin is pointed, as the bones converge directly from the basal angle. The ears lie close to the head and are hidden by the hair, but the lobes are much distorted with plugs of wood. The huts in which the Champagne dwell, although always built on piles, show considerable differences and vary from a well-built floor with a carefully constructed roof of palm leaf attap to a rough platform often placed against the side of a tree and sheltered by 2 or 3 palm branches fastened to the corners. They are said to possess gardens enclosed in zigzag fences, where they cultivate bananas, yams, and other tubers. The pandanus fruit they cook in a well-made vessel of sheets of bark, carefully protected with green leaves and luted with clay, in which we can, perhaps, see one of the origins of pottery, for it is quite admissible that in course of time the leaves should be discarded, more clay added, and at length, the effect of fire on the latter having been observed, the bark also would be done away with, or only used as a mould for a clay vessel, from which more subtle shapes would finally be evolved. The domestic animals are dogs, cats, chickens, and pigs, which are generally caught when young in the jungle, and apparently not permitted to attain any respectable size. All find a refuge in the houses, up to which a sort of inclined plane is arranged for their convenience. Their manufactures are very few. They make canoes, construct a spear out of a single piece of wood, baskets, both of rattan and palm spathe, and a rough cloth from the inner bark of a tree. The friendly Shompen are energetic collectors of rattan, which they trade with the Nicobarese, and so obtain garments, beads, knives, parangs, axes, and tobacco, which is smoked in the form of cigarettes. They are great consumers of betel nut in combination with lime and cireh. Amongst these friendly families, the clothing worn is similar to that of the Nicobarese, with necklaces of beads, and they employ a large wooden ear distender 1.5 inches in diameter. The sheets of bark cloth are used as pillows and coverings at night. And amongst the hostile Aborigines, it is said, the women wear short petticoats of this material, while the men go entirely clothesless. Amongst those met with, there are generally one man in each party, who by virtue possibly of superior intelligence or knowledge of the coast language, seem to have some slight authority over the remainder. They are monogamous, and unlike the Nicobarese, marry for life. The position of the women is apparently a satisfactory one, for they are regarded as little or in no way inferior to the men. The men obtain the food, the women prepare it. Rattans are collected in the jungle by the men, and by them carried to market. Both sexes together prepare it by scraping and splitting for sale. When bringing articles for barter, the men bore the spears, and the baskets and cloth were carried by the women, and generally such things as were obtained in exchange were immediately handed over to the latter. All those met with seemed quiet, stolid, and timid in disposition, but a cupidity for the goods of their neighbors at times overcomes the latter characteristic amongst the less accessible of the Aborigines, and many are the murderous attacks they are said to have made on the Nicobarese for the purpose of loot. No infants or young children were seen. Although surprise visits were paid to several of the villages, neither were any old people in evidence, but the ages were judged to vary between 10 and 45 years. The language differs from all others in the islands, but here and there are individuals who know sufficient of the coast speech to hold converse with the Nicobarese. Their carelessness with regard to their water supply, for any muddy pool or stagnant brook is made use of, is probably sufficient reason for the large number of cases of elephantiasis occurring among them. The only other affection besides this that seems to be in any way chronic is the common body ringworm of the tropics. End of section 16. Section 17 of In the Andamans and Nicobars by C. Boden Kloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Nicobarese. If the Shompen are not racially pure, the Nicobarese or coast dwellers are still less so, and what components have gone to form them as they now exist is an interesting ethnical question. To account for a certain similarity in all the people of the archipelago, we may suppose that not all, but most of the islands were occupied by groups of the Aborigines, who everywhere but in Great Nicobar, where because of its size and forest-clad nature they could find a refuge, became either exterminated or absorbed by successive arrivals of colonists that have since made the presence of the former almost indistinguishable. In spite of the partial likeness of type, it is doubtful whether all or nearly all the islands were occupied by the Aborigines. The Lanchong, for instance, is uninhabited, and it is questionable whether such forestless islands as Car Nicobar, Chora or Kamorta, etc., could be suitable habitats for such a primitive people. In Kachal, Nankauri, and Little Nicobar, where we have islands of a similar character to Great Nicobar, although in them no traces of a rude people are to be found. It is probably on account of the smallness of these areas that the immigrants succeeded in eradicating the first inhabitants, who in the other island alone, hostile causes notwithstanding, have preserved for themselves a separate existence. To account for such features as are common to both peoples everywhere, we may conclude, therefore, that while many of the latter Aborigines survived separately, the others were absorbed by settlers on the coasts who by communication and intermarriage with islands not possessing an indigenous element carried the Champagne strain throughout the archipelago. The arrival of numerous colonists from the eastward would account for the lighter complexion of the Nicobarese, for it is only natural to suppose that if a separate branch of the same people, the one living in the open on the coast would be darker in complexion than the other, instead of which the contrary is the case. As to the component parts of the Nicobarese, various suggestions have been made. They are Malays modified by a Burmese element, the descendants of Malays before Mohammedanism spread among them, close of 13th century, but separated at a much earlier date, or again, they are of the same race as the Bataks. They are described as offshoots of the Malay race, being a people which, while possessing much in common with the Indo-Chinese stock, nevertheless in their physical characteristics, hold a place midway between the Malays and the Burmese. It has also been said of them that they are descended from a mongrel Malay stock, the crosses being probably in the majority of cases with the Burmese, and occasionally with natives of the opposite coast of Siam, and perchance also in remote times with such of the Champagne as may have settled in their midst. The natives of Teresa are probably not greatly wrong when they say that the inhabitants of Nankauri are Malays, who when out fishing lost their boats and settled there, and the Kar Nicobarese are descendants of the Burmese, who in a revolution that took place in their country were obliged to leave the Tenasserim coast. In the first case, it is not difficult to admit that fishing boats belonging to Sumatra, 90 miles distant, or to Malay Peninsula, 260 miles away, should be blown offshore in a storm, and safely reaching Nankauri yet not care to face the voyage back. Pegu is about 400 miles from the islands, and Tenasserim a little less. About 1000 AD, the first historical conquest of the lower Irrawaddy was effected by the Burmese, and its inhabitants, the Mos, became known as Talaings, or slaves. Their final defeat took place in 1757. Nothing is more impossible than that. After one of their disasters, a small section of the Talaings fled from their home and established themselves in the Nicobars, which they had probably become cognizant of in the way of trade. At present, the only sea-going craft are a few score kallu, small junks of 20 to 60 tons, built in Tavoy, which manned by 5 or 6 Talaings, venture as far as the Nicobars, where they ship coconuts in the fine monsoon. Nor are all these, for the islanders are doubtless leavened by stray immigrants from India, which would account for the not infrequent occurrence of Caucasian features among them, by Arabs and even by Chinese. Malays and Burmese, or rather Talaings, formed, however, the greater part of the intrusive element. Although colonization was very local, the reason possibly for so many distinct languages in the group, the islands now exhibit a state of transition due to intercrossing. Individuals occur at the extremes of the archipelago who bear a striking resemblance to each other, but nevertheless there is a marked, though vague, difference to be seen when the natives of several of the islands or groups of islands are compared with each other as a body. All things considered, it may be inferred that the archipelago was originally occupied by primitive peoples of Malayan stock, now represented by the Champagne of Great Nicobar, and was afterwards resettled on the coast lands by Indo-Chinese and Malayan intruders, who intermingled and either extirpated and absorbed or else drove to the interior the first occupants. It is difficult to picture a typical representative of this much mixed people, as even in those islands that have a distinct speech of their own and whose inhabitants might be supposed to be fairly homogeneous, wide differences are met with as above pointed out. The variations, however, are not sufficient on the whole to merit separate descriptions of the inhabitants of each island. These variations, occurring in size, features, and hair, show that the Nicobarese are a thoroughly mixed race, for the points do not coincide with each other. That is to say, curly hair does not always go with a prominent nose, or straight hair with Malayan features. It is hardly possible to describe a representative specimen who combines all the prominent prevalent characteristics. but they seem capable of division into two classes, the smaller of which is superior in appearance to the other, and is often strikingly Caucasian, with oval face, straight eyes, aquiline nose and thin lips. The result of about 40 measurements shows that the maximum height of an adult male Nicobarese is 70 3/4 inches, the minimum 59 1/4 inches, and the average stature 63.9 inches. While thus somewhat under middle weight, they are well built, average chest measurement 35.3 inches, and proportioned, muscular, and on the whole, a sturdy-looking race. The color of the skin is a brown, much resembling in color the tint of a sunburnt, weather-beaten Malay, such as a sailor. It is darker than the ordinary native of that race, and has less of the olive or yellow about it. The hair is of a rusty black, but generally glossy with oil. It is thick and luxuriant, and reaches to the shoulders, varying between a slight waviness and pronounced curls. It is somewhat coarse, and when kept short with boys, is almost bristly and stands up stiffly all over the head. In about 5% of the men, there are traces of moustache and beard. Otherwise the faces are smooth, but the axillae and elsewhere and often legs and thighs are profusely covered with hair. The form of skull is brachycephalic, with an index of about 80.5, and the back of the head among the natives of the central and southern groups of islands, excepting the Shompen, is noticeably flat. The face is broad, and but for the cheekbones, which are generally prominent and developed laterally, approaches the oval type. Often, however, it has a somewhat rectangular outline, owing to the squareness of the lower jaw in the rear. The features are somewhat flat, the forehead is slightly rounded and even well formed, but it is often compressed at the temples and falls away somewhat suddenly. The superciliary arch is prominent, and the eyebrows are generally fixed in a permanent scowl. The pupil is black, and the eyes, often, though not as a rule, slightly oblique, with a Mongolian fold at the corner. The nose is generally broad, and coarse in outline, is straight and of medium length, depressed at the bridge, flattened with rounded tip, has inflated alae nasi, and the plane of the nostrils directed upward. There is often marked prognathism of the dental variety, and the teeth are irregular and blackened, large and projecting, frequently growing outwards at an angle like those of a rabbit. The mouth is naturally large, and its shape is not improved by holding the beetle quid between the upper lip and teeth. The lips are moderately thick, and the lower is often pendulous and turned down, showing much of the mucous membrane. When at rest, the lips are kept apart. The chin is usually rather retreating, small with a rounded and pointed tip, but the jaw is somewhat heavily hung at the base, and the posterior angle is strongly marked. The ears are well formed, moderately large, and lie close to the head unless drawn out of shape by much use of ear distenders. The Nicobarese have not always been given a good character by their acquaintances. They have been called lazy, inactive and drunken, cowardly and treacherous, but this last must be taken as applying more to those bands of pirates with a probable large foreign element, who committed so many crimes during a long period. Otherwise they are harmless and good-tempered. The accusation of cowardice is made with more truth, and it is a quality they frankly own up to. Lazy and inactive they may be from our point of view, but hardly otherwise. Food is abundant all round them. Weapons are not necessary, and clothing they do not really need. They show plenty of application and care when making their canoes, building their houses, which in construction are models of neatness, and in gathering the toddy, that with betel nut is perhaps their only native luxury. Drunken they certainly are on many occasions, but the state with them is one that, fortunately, does not give rise to troublesomeness. They are honest in their commercial transactions, and are most indignant should their integrity be impugned, while the accusation of untruthfulness brings them up in arms immediately. Somewhat absent in manner, unemotional and apathetic, the more intelligent are yet extremely inquisitive towards strangers, and ask endless questions of a personal kind. Although not remarkable for courtesy or possessing any forms of salutation, they are very hospitable, and always ready with coconuts, cigarettes, etc. for a visitor. It is customary for natives when traveling to enter without remark any house on their path, help themselves to food and drink, and depart in silence. They are exceedingly independent in manner and spirit, are of a somewhat commercial turn of mind, and are occasionally gifted with a distressing importunity, which is most common in those places where visits from Europeans have been most frequent. Parents seem to possess great affection for their infants, and the number of men, especially who may be seen about the village carrying their children or otherwise amusing them, is remarkable. 6 distinct dialects and languages are spoken in the archipelago, one on Car Nicobar, another on Chora. Teresa and Bompoka together have one. The central islands of Kamota, Nankauri, Trinket and Kajal speak a 4th, while Little and Great Nicobar with their adjacent islands have a 5th. Lastly, the Shompen of the interior of Great Nicobar employ a speech that is dissimilar to the others. The language, which is somewhat harsh in sound, has however an extraordinarily rich phonetic system, as many as 25 consonantal and 35 vowel sounds. It possesses a peculiar double series of nasal vowels, is polysyllabic and untoned like the Malayo-Polynesian, and the type seems to resemble the Oceanic more than the continental Mongol subdivision. This is the theory of the Car Nicobarese with regard to their origin. A certain man from some unknown country arrived at the Nicobars on a flat with a pet female dog and settled in Car Nicobar. In course of time, he espoused the bitch and begot a son. When this son was grown up, he concealed his mother by covering her with a ngong, a kind of petticoat made of cocoa palm leaves, and after killing his father in the jungle, took his mother to wife. From such parents the Nicobarese believe they originated, and it is their progeny who now people the island. The 2-horned headdress, the chokla, worn by all males they consider symbolic of their mother's years. The end of the loin cloth that dangles behind they call her tail, and the piece of cotton reaching to the woman's knees only they compare to the ngong petticoat, which was her first dress. Until comparatively recently, this ngong, a thick fringe of palm leaf about 15 inches deep, inserted in a band, was in universal wear. See Coping, Hamilton, Lancaster, and others. And even now it is worn sometimes by the women when working in the plantations. It is still worn at Teresa and still more at Chora. Another version of the legend varies somewhat, making the father a dog and the mother a woman. It is owing to this belief that the natives say they are sons of a dog, and for this reason they treat their dogs very kindly and never beat them. They quiet them by simply saying, "Hush, hush." There is another tradition amongst the Nicobarese, to the effect that the first stranger who came to their islands, seeing something moving on the sand, perceived small people the size of an ant. He took care of them until they attained the common size of men, and this was the origin of the natives. To account for the coconut trees that grow in such abundance on the island, the Car Nicobarese version runs thus. Once upon a time there was a scarcity of water, and a certain man then produced it from his elbow by means of magic arts. The people therefore considered him to be a devil man, wizard, and beheaded him. On the spot where the head fell, there sprang up a tree, and after a time it became very big, and began to bear fruit, and the fruit resembled the head of the slain man. For a long time the people were afraid to approach the tree, or to taste the nuts, because they had grown out of a human head, and so by the falling of the ripe fruit there grew up a dense grove of coconut palms. At last some wise men brought to the trees an old man who was dying, and made him taste of the nuts to find out their qualities. The old man accordingly ate one, and found it to be very delicious, and from continually eating nuts he became very strong, and grew to look like a young man. Thenceforth the people began to make use of the coconut. In the old days it was the custom to kill men for any offence, grave or simple, but at length the elders, finding that the population had greatly diminished thereby, held a council, and introduced the system of killing pigs, burning houses, felling trees, breaking canoes, and destroying clothes, etc., and this method is continued at the present day side by side with the former. The people seldom have open fighting among themselves. Neither do they use their fists or flog. In extreme cases only, witchcraft, do they commit murder. The Nicobarese have no conception of a supreme being or a future state, but there is a universal belief in evil spirits who are in part ghosts of the wicked and who can be propitiated by offerings and kept away by exorcisms. These creations of the imagination, who in the northern island are called Siyas, seem much akin to the Nats of Indochina, but are far less localized and as a rule have no particular tree, rock, or stream for their abode. They are the cause of every misfortune and disease that occurs to man. But death, in the ordinary course of things, is considered to be a natural event. It would appear that in Car, Nicobar, Teresa, and Chora, where the superstitious practices are nearly alike, some idea is entertained of spirits not altogether inimical to mankind. But in the other islands, whose beliefs are all homogeneous, the iwis are all harmful to human beings and are kept at a distance by a redundancy of charms and talismans that does not occur in the north. The latter, which include various objects such as figures of men, women, animals, etc., pictures, banners, and so on, are none of them regarded as idols or worshipped. Neither are they fetishes. The instruments of spirits are themselves endowed with life, although those of them representative of living objects are from time to time given such food as pork or coconuts. They merely act as scaredevils, putting to flight the demons of sickness and guarding their constructors from any misfortune. They are effective only on behalf of those who make them, and at such persons' death it is the custom to destroy or discard the talismans. The natives have no temples or any form of worship, but there have come into being shamans or priest-doctors known as Tamiluanas or Menluanas, who have the power of communicating with the spirits, and by means of certain ceremonies, in conjunction with the use of rods, particular leaves and ashes periodically by open warfare and by magic, drive the malignant demons from such places in man's neighborhood as they may have intruded into, or defeat them when prevailing diseases or misfortune can be traced to their agency. These practices and beliefs, which it would be incorrect to class together under the name of religion, are not accompanied by any moral element. The code of ethics has no connection whatever with the form of malevolent spiritualism which they entertain, but it is entirely an affair of public opinion and social convention. The cult of the natives, as it exists in the South, with its multiplicity of charms, medicine, and demon-scaring figures and objects, is probably only an isolated case of a practice widely spread throughout the Malayan archipelago, in Sumatra, Borneo, and other islands, and even amongst the Papuans still further east. On the other hand, it is not at all impossible, in view of the natives' acquisitiveness of foreign ideas, that most of their practices arise from a corrupted interpretation of the, in other respects, futile teachings of the numerous missionaries who have labored in vain in the islands, complicated by an additional jumble of tenets adopted from other strangers with whom they have come into contact. While in particular, the figures, pictures, and charms of many localities may be to some extent merely a degraded survival of the religious paraphernalia of the Jesuit missionaries. One might adduce, in support of this theory, the fact that superstition and its accessories thrive most strangely in the places where the missionaries as a rule establish themselves, Car Nicobar and Nankauri Harbour. Fever, colic, coughs, rheumatism, and sore and inflamed eyes are not unfrequent ailments. Syphilis also occurs, and has probably been introduced by the traders or by the Nicobarese who have visited Calcutta and Moulmein in their vessels. Itch, Tinea cercinata tropica, is in some localities very prevalent among the natives, who are also liable to attacks of a mild form of elephantiasis throughout the archipelago. It is said that in Chora from 1/3 to 1/2 the population are so diseased in one way or the other. Cases of yaws occur from time to time among children. Eno's fruit salad, camphor, castor oil, turpentine, and quinine are the principal features of the Nicobarese pharmacopoeia. Eno's fruit salt mixed with water, with a little powdered camphor and turpentine added, is given twice a day for colic. For fever, a little quinine is added to the same mixture. Sandalwood and jessamine oil are held in great repute as aphrodisiacs and are purchased from the Burmese traders in small quantities at a very high price. Faith, however, is not always placed in the efficacy of mundane remedies. A woman who had been ill for a year, when asked if she would take medicine, replied, "The devil has caused this illness, and it cannot be cured by medicine. Only the Tamiluanas can cure me by driving the devil out of me." She preferred sugar and biscuits to drugs. Malaria, which is perhaps the indisposition by which they are most frequently attacked, is always attributed to demonic agency. Marriage amongst the Nicobarese is of a class that is considered to be a modification of the matriarchal system, and that exists widely spread in this portion of the world amongst the Malayan and Indo-Chinese peoples. Until he marries, a man considers himself a member of his father's household. But after that event, he calls himself the son of his father-in-law and becomes a member of his wife's family, leaving the house of his own parents or even his village if the woman dwell elsewhere. Only the chiefs, or wealthy men whose positions in the village are of influence, are exceptions to this law. They are permitted by custom to bring their wives to their own houses. There is no law of exogamy amongst them. A man marries in his own village, village group, or even house. For although connections between blood relatives are disapproved of, there is nothing to prevent such taking place, except public opinion, which may often be disregarded with impunity. The woman on her marriage brings no special dower into the partnership. Neither is there any custom by which the man is compelled to place a certain amount of property at the disposal of her parents. Each has a right to a certain proportion of their common household possessions, and their worldly status improves by inheritance and by their own efforts. Those marriages are most successful from which children are numerous, for these make life easier by taking a large amount of the daily and special work upon themselves, and by acting as a support and provision to their parents in old age. There is very little that is binding in the marriage state of these people, cohabitation with its duties being coexistent with mutual consent. So long as they like each other and are contented with their positions, the couple remain together. But the absence of children, illness, old age, and many extremely trivial reasons are sufficient cause for separation. The divorce is a matter for the two most concerned only. There are no public proceedings to take place, no ceremonies to undergo. Most of the adult members of the population have been married 3 or 4 times, a goodly number far more often. The children of the partnership, if young, go with the more influential parents. When older, they exercise an individual choice. From the nature of the marriage, the woman as often divorces her husband as vice versa. The natives as a race are monogamous, but now and again polygamy is found to occur. It is practiced, however, only by the chiefs and more wealthy men, who live in their own houses and can afford to domicile their wives in separate dwellings. Cases of adultery are punished by a fine, but there is no established amount. The village elders consult together as to what the seducer shall be mulcted of, and generally decide on a certain number of pigs, which are cut up and distributed among the community. There seems to be no objection to a girl having as many lovers as she likes before marriage, and altogether the state when entered upon is one that presses very lightly on the people. There are few unwritten laws on the subject, and public opinion is of hardly any weight. Courtship, like marriage, is merely a variation of the Malayan custom of nocturnal visiting, much simplified, however, by the absence of any ceremonies to mark its change into a more stable relationship. When a man desires to marry a girl, he contracts a friendship with her family, assists her in her daily work, and sleeps for a time in whatever house she may occupy. During the night, he seeks the girl, who will be sleeping among others, and by blowing on the burning end of a cigarette, he obtains light enough to discriminate. The efforts of the man to embrace and caress her, the girl withstands vigorously with blows and scratches, so that his face and chest are often torn and covered with blood. So things continue for several nights, perhaps, the man suffering patiently the while, until if she is willing to take him as a husband, she yields herself. This is their nuptials, and concludes the marriage. Thenceforth, the man holds to his wife's house rather than his own family's, but often the parents will learn nothing for some time. Sometimes the girl makes the path of courtship less easy by changing her sleeping hut from night to night. This difficulty the lover generally overcomes by employing small boys to follow her about and inform him of her resting place. Occasionally, the man following the girl home at night after a dance, etc., will meet with an attempt at resistance on the part of the other women dwelling there, when he essays to enter the house she has chosen. A man wishing to escape the consequence of marriage, and thinking he was unrecognized in the darkness by others during his intercourse with a girl, will nearly always be identified by some of the women present. If he refuses to carry out his share of the contract, a council is called of the principal men of his village, and they fine him so many pigs, which form the material for a general feast. In the northern islands, the town halls in the Alpanams are the property of the community in general, for they are the work of the whole village. The products of the forest are common to all, but it is now necessary to obtain the headman's permission before occupying a piece of land near the village, to build a house or make a garden on. Everything which the village as a whole makes or purchases, as the Alpanam house or Chaura canoes, is common property, but the result of individual work belongs to the individual. Plantations, coconuts, canoes, and houses are private possessions, liable, however, to family claims founded on common family work. Both sexes inherit, and property is generally divided equally among the heirs. There is in Car Nicobar a method of guarding property termed takoya, which at first is liable to be taken for a case of tabu or pomali. Posts and sticks decorated with colored rags and coconut husks are erected near gardens, plantations, etc. They have no superstitious significance whatever, and only act as a kind of notice of title, warning all and sundry that the surroundings are private property. Anyone discovered stealing the same is fined. That is, the usual pigs are confiscated to feast the community. The village headman and his deputy are a recent institution of the authorities to simplify the procedure of controlling the natives. The opinion of the village is generally taken on the question, and if approved of, their nominees are invested with a certificate, a flag, and a suit of clothes, presented yearly. The headman can command no obedience and enforce no laws. They work only by persuasion, and with the more influential men deliberate on vexed questions, and impose fines which seem always paid. Such fines do not accrue to the benefit of the injured party, but of the community, who enjoy a feast as the result, in which the culprit himself takes part. As the headman now stands, he is the successor of the village captain, or presiding elder, who had no other functions but to represent the community on the arrival of ships and to regulate barter. His office and title were instituted by the natives when relations with European vessels became frequent, in order that they might have some representative to correspond to the commanding officer. Before this epoch, everybody seems to have been on a footing of complete social equality, as with the exceptions above noted, is the case today. Every one, even children, is his own master, but persons who have been abroad by virtue of their experience are respected and have some authority, as also have the aged and wealthy. But there is no one who has power to exercise control over even a single village, save in the way of carrying out popular ideas. A primitive form of socialism exists. Chiefs are unknown. Certain individuals, by force of character, have more influence than others, but this influence seems to be at best but slight, and each person is obedient to himself alone, or to some unwritten code of public opinion, really the essence of the whole system. The position of women is, and always has been, in no way inferior to that of the other sex. They take their full share in the formation of public opinion, discuss publicly with the men matters of general interest to the village, and their opinions receive due attention before a decision is arrived at. In fact, they are consulted on every matter, and the henpecked husband is of no extraordinary rarity in the Nicobars. In Car Nicobar, where the villages are divided into groups of several houses, a woman occasionally succeeds her late husband as sub-chief, on account of the knowledge she may possess of the regulations in vogue, the property and customs of her neighbors. Women take fair share in the day's work. They do the cooking, and the whole family eats together. The men build the houses, canoes, etc. Both sexes may be seen working in company in the plantations, fishing on the reefs, and paddling the canoes. It is only the women in Chora who manufacture pottery, but as the art is a monopoly, they must be looked on as rather privileged than otherwise. In fine, there is no actual division of labor, but all assist in whatever has to be done from their earliest years. Although scarcely any obedience seems due from children to their parents, most of the ordinary tasks of life are undertaken by young people of both sexes, and much deference is paid to age, especially when it is combined with wealth. The domestic animals of the Nicobarese are swine, cats, fowls, and dogs, the latter generally of the pariah variety. But now and again in the southern islands, a mongrel chow is met with, a cross between the chow and some animal brought thither by the Chinese junks. All are the descendants of introduced species. They are fed on little else but coconut, and support life on this and the results of their own foraging. Pigeons, parrots, and monkeys are occasionally to be seen in captivity, but the natives have not attempted to systematically utilize the megapode. All the laying places near the villages are, however, known and periodically overhauled for eggs. Weapons, in the strict sense of the word, do not exist among the Nicobarese. They possess no shields, swords, clubs, or spears for warlike purposes only. The Burmese dhow, their most common implement, obtained from the ship traders, is used for everyday purposes and for house building, agriculture, canoe fitting, etc., while the spears and harpoons used for pig killing, cattle hunting, and fishing are nearly all constructed by attaching a suitable haft to the variously shaped heads, which are made locally. A fishing spear of native make is of the many-pronged wooden type, Malay, srempang, common throughout the East, bunch of diverging barbed skewers spliced into a haft with lashings of cord or rattan. The Shompen manufacture a javelin or dart, which is used indiscriminately for warfare or the chase as occasion may require. It is made of a single piece of heavy wood, and is possibly the same kind of implement as was in general use among the Nicobarese before the introduction of iron heads. 50 and more years ago the natives obtained numbers of muskets, of which they were much afraid, by barter with European traders, but recently the Indian government has prohibited the possession of these weapons, and whenever they are discovered, they are immediately confiscated. In common with the other Malayan peoples, they do not seriously employ the bow and arrow. Crossbows are in use among them for shooting birds, but it is evident that such implements are not the invention of the natives. The stock is fashioned with a gun butt, and the arrow rests in the groove running along the top of the fore-end, and is kept in position by means of 3 half-hoop pegs of brass wire. The bow is perfectly round in section, tapering towards the ends, and the release of the string and peg variety hitching over the top of the trigger. The arrows, which are unfeathered and half the diameter of a lead pencil, have for point a sharpened nail attached by a wrapping of sheep tin. These bows have either been copied from the weapons of the early voyagers, or more probably have been introduced by the Burmese, amongst whom and the Karens there exists an article almost exactly similar. Tools of European model are now common, and for fashioning canoes, houses, etc., imported axes, saws, adzes, planes, and spoke shaves are used in addition to the dhow. The latter is never fitted with a handle, and from constant use of it thus, thick ridges of skin and corns form on the inside of the natives' hands. It is found that the bare tang is very convenient for picking up coconuts, for retaining the weapon when up in the palm trees by sticking it into the bark, thus leaving both hands free for punching 2 holes in the opposite sides of a nut, through which the water may be extracted by suction, and for many other purposes. The Nicobarese rarely use nets for fishing. Besides occasionally employing some casting nets purchased from traders, the construction of which they never themselves attempt, they make and use a primitive net trap, which is baited and held a foot or 2 below the surface by the fisherman, who on seeing a fish nibbling at the bait promptly raises the trap, thereby catching the fish in the netting. The fish are obtained either by hook and line, imported, or by spearing by day or at night with the aid of blazing torches of coconut leaf. Open-meshed traps of rattan, of various sizes and shapes, with funnel-shaped mouth leading towards the interior are in common use, and are sunk in the sea bottom in suitable places. They also construct weirs of coconut leaves, tananga, Car Nicobar, kan shang, Nankauri, by means of which large quantities of fish are generally caught. These are employed only during the dry season, when the sea is fairly calm. Finally, the narcotic property possessed by the seeds of Barringtonia speciosa is made use of, for in pools and confined waters the addition of a small quantity of a paste, made the mashed kernels, acts like tuba, causing all the fish present to become insensible and rise to the surface, where they may be collected at leisure. Turtle are common among the islands, and many skulls are to be met with in the houses of the natives, by whom they are used for the expulsion of demons. They are captured when floating on the sea by means of a harpoon with a skewer-shaped iron head, which, when fast in the shell, detaches from the shaft and remains connected by a short piece of cord only. Large quantities of fish are often caught when the weather is favorable by means of the kan shang, traps, etc., and consequently at times the natives live largely on fish. The staples of food throughout the year are coconuts and pandanus fruit, with bananas, yams, and occasionally other fruits and vegetables in large quantities. Fowls and pork can only be afforded now and then. Rice is used to a small extent and is one of the articles for which the natives barter coconuts. The fruit of the pandanus, which is an egg-shaped mass, frequently attaining a diameter of 18 inches, consists of a cluster of fibrous drupes, the tops of which are sliced off as soon as gathered. Thus treated, it can be preserved for some weeks. When preparing it for eating, these divisions are separated from the central core and placed in a pot over a layer of bamboos or a grating, below which there is a little water. Above them are laid yams, or whatever may be suitably cooked by that process, and the whole is then covered with leaves and steamed for some hours. The pulpy matter that it contains is then scraped out with a shell, while the drupe is held on a heavy slab of wood, and then the bristly fibers with which the nutritious portion is intermixed are extracted from the latter by drawing threads of a sort of base through the pasty mass resulting. Thus is obtained a smooth dough of a yellowish color and somewhat sweet taste that has been likened in flavor to apple marmalade. A portion of this, kawen, with some grated coconut and sometimes a piece of chicken or pork, constitutes the usual meal. This food is often made up into leaf-covered bundles, in which state it acquires a distinctive, though not unpleasant odor, and can be kept a long time. The fibrous drupe, after treatment as above, is commonly used as a foot brush at many of the islands, for which purpose it is kept near the top of the hut ladder for those entering the hut. The principal beverages are the water of the green unripe coconut and toddy, made by fermenting the sap of the cocoa palm, which is regularly bled at the crown into bamboo receptacles. The toddy is largely manufactured, as it is no more intoxicating than strong ale. Much has to be consumed before drunkenness results. Ordinary water is scarcely ever taken, and its use is almost entirely restricted to cooking. For the last few years, the authorities at Port Blair have attempted to inculcate in the natives a liking for tea, the taste for which they have fostered by presenting the headman with quantities of the leaf, in the hope that it will, if it become popular, somewhat minimize the prevalent consumption of toddy, which when largely indulged in cannot but have a bad effect on the general health of the people. Toddy, however, does not stand alone as an intoxicant. Nearly everywhere one comes across the black square bottles, in which gin is conveyed to all parts of the world. Occasionally brandy is inquired for, but on all the islands there is a demand for rum, and this seems to have been the favorite drink since it was introduced to the natives by British captains bartering for coconuts in the early part of the last century. At present, however, Chinese traders are the only smugglers, and the spirit they introduce, samshu, runs only occasional risk of confiscation, as the trade of the junks is for the most part in places seldom visited by the occasional patrolling steamer. Tobacco is used by everyone, men, women, and children, both for chewing and smoking. The native cigarette is a very crude affair, composed of a small quantity of the weed and a large amount of a certain dried leaf. The tobacco finding most favor is of Chinese and Javanese manufacture, and cigars are much appreciated. Betel chewing is universal, and the quid, which undoubtedly acts as a stimulant, consists of areca nut, lime, and the serai leaf only, without the addition of Dampier. The teeth of the Nicobarese are both large and prominent, and the continuous use of betel and tobacco stains them a brown and black color that is much admired. In person, the natives, although generally clean, are less particular than tropical races as a rule. There are none of the fenced-in wells, panchurans, or bathing screens on the stream banks that one sees near all the villages of the Malays, but an occasional bath is taken by pouring the contents of a dozen coconut shells over the body. Clothing gets a rinse in the sea at intervals by way of cleansing. At the present time, the everyday dress is of red cotton, but for the first half and more of the last century, the fashion ran all in blue. On ordinary occasions, men wear a long strip of cotton, generally red, passing round the thighs and between the legs, and women drape a fathom or two of cotton about the waist by twisting the ends together. But for other times there are cotton draperies, sarongs, Chinese coats and trousers, and also European garments, which from top hats to shirts are in great demand. In the north, a chaplet of areca palm spathe with loose ends, tachokla, is much worn, and the earlobes are pierced to retain short plugs of bamboo, half an inch in diameter, inlaid with silver and with silver pendants. From Kamota southward, the common headdress is a similar chaplet of pandanus leaf, shanoang, or a colored handkerchief or circlet of calico, and there is a plain ear distender, 1 inch or more in diameter and 3 long, often shaped like a wedge. This is replaced on festive occasions by a large rosette of red and white cotton. Other ornaments are bangles and anklets made by twisting thick silver wire about the limb, and belts and necklaces made of rupees or smaller coins. Rings are worn either of silver or shell. Face and chest are sometimes covered with vermilion or saffron paint, but the natives do not employ any form of tattoo or scarification. Hair is usually worn short by both sexes, but there is a more or less distinctive style or fashion at all the islands. On the occasion of a sudden or violent death at a village, all its inhabitants are required to shave their heads, and the women their eyebrows as well. Mourning for a relative is indicated in like manner, as well as by other observances. With infants, the head is often shaved for a time, and for the next few years the hair is kept short, in which way it is also worn by all ages and sexes. Both as a rule have their heads cropped. Fairly long hair is worn by many, but in no case is it ever permitted to grow below the shoulders. At that point it is cut across horizontally, and then, when bushy, the hair presents much the appearance represented in Assyrian and Egyptian records. The Nicobarese possess no musical instrument of their own invention, but very occasionally some individual attempts to produce, without much success, a copy of something he has seen in the hands of foreigners, a violin, guitar, etc. 2 instruments are, however, in use among them. One, a 7-holed flageolet, which is Burmese, and the other, the danang, borrowed from the Indian sitar, has 3 frets, a string of cane, and 2 sound holes. It is a hollowed bamboo about 2.5 feet long and 3 inches in diameter, along the outside of which there is stretched from end to end a single string, made of the threads of a split rattan, and the place under the string is hollowed to prevent it from touching. This instrument is played upon in the same way as a guitar, while rested on the knee. With the exception of dancing, singing, and feasting, there are hardly any organized amusements. The exact forms of the dances vary, but for special occasions, new figures and songs are composed and assiduously practiced. In the northwest, challenges for canoe races, or processions rather, circulate amongst the Nicobar villages, and are taken part in by 20 or 30 men aside. The large canoes are decorated, and the course is a long one, several miles along the coast from village to village. As the men sing at the top of their voices throughout the race, they are generally exhausted at the finish. The pace is not remarkable, and the canoes keep abreast throughout, neither seeming to mind which comes in first. Wrestling is a favorite pursuit of the boys. There is no science or cunning displayed, and the rounds are very short, one or the other combatant going down at once. Pig processions are a pastime indulged in by young men. A pig is tied beneath a pole, and with one of their number seated astride of it, is borne with songs about the village by a party of youths in the evening. In such villages as are situated near the calmer waters of harbours, little children amuse themselves by sailing models of canoes and junks. The Nicobarese have no writing or pictography, and their attempts at ornamented work on articles of general utility are confined to the finials of the houses, the stem and stern posts of their canoes, and a little decorative carving on their wooden dishes. Nevertheless, in the charms and talismans connected with their superstitious cult, they betray a certain artistic ability, and their pictures, screens, and figures of birds, men, and animals show not only good powers of observation, but a capacity and skill of no mean order in interpreting and reproducing whatever may present itself to them. As concerns metals, it appears that 200 years ago, Jesuit missionaries discovered tin on Great Nicobar. Having regard to the proximity of the rich deposits of this metal in Sumatra and the Malayan Peninsula, it seems not improbable that the statement will some day be verified. At Car Nicobar, small quantities of iron pyrites are found. The art of working on iron is almost confined to Chora, where the miratas and the best spearheads are manufactured. The latter are, however, made at the other islands as well. Of weaving they have no knowledge, and prior to the introduction of cotton and cloth garments, they clothed themselves in tapa or cloth made of the beaten bark of a tree at present believed to be the Ficus brevicuspis, also with the girdles of split coconut leaves. They are, however, expert basket makers, and many shaped baskets for various purposes are manufactured in different patterns of mesh entirely out of the strips of rattan or of the bark of the Marantha dichotoma. What the sago is to the Papuan, the pandanus is to the Nicobarese, and its luxuriant natural growth renders unnecessary any extensive agricultural labor on his part. The other great support of life, the coconut, once planted, thrives without further attention. And for the rest, his fruits, bananas and yams, require but the slightest amount of cultivation. The implement used in all cases seems to be the dhow only. The islands produce no artificial material, and no raw merchandise is imported. Among themselves the natives trade in little more than pottery and canoes, and the only stores or bazaars are kept by foreigners who barter with the inhabitants. Coconuts, betel nuts, rattan, mother-o'-pearl shells, trepang, and edible birds' nests are the only trade commodities. The two latter are of minor importance, and are collected directly by the traders. The rattan comes from Great Nicobar only. Ambergris, for which the Nicobars were most noted in the Middle Ages, is still found principally in the vicinity of Nankauri harbour and sold to traders. All traders visiting the Nicobars have to obtain, either from Port Blair or from one of the local government agents, a license at a cost of 1 rupee per man of the crew, which grants them permission to visit for the purpose of trade during the present northeast monsoon season, on the condition that no person who may proceed thither by the vessel shall be permitted to remain behind after her departure. Disagreements between the traders and natives are frequent, and for the most part seem due to the dishonesty and high-handed behavior of the former. They get the natives into their debt, often forcing them to accept things they do not require, falsify accounts, and even resort at times to acts of violence, for which they have incurred punishment at Port Blair. The merchants arrive in various kinds of vessels, from large barkentines, brigs, brigantines, and schooners, to the baglas of the Indians and Burmese caloos of 20 or 30 tons. These come mostly from Calcutta, Bombay, Negapatam, and Molmeen. The Chinese, of course, come in their national junks, via Singapore, Acheen, or Penang. Trade is always carried on by barter. Coconuts are the standard of value, and although dollars and rupees change hands, they are employed by the natives more as ornaments than mediums of exchange. The annual production of coconuts is believed to reach, at the lowest estimate, 15 million, about 1/3 of which are exported and the remainder consumed and planted. Except in the northern islands, there are very few paths, and those merely tracks through grass and jungle. Local transport and inter-village communication at the central and southern islands are largely carried on by canoe. End of section 17. Section 18 of In the Andamans and Nicobars by C. Boden Kloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dampier's sojourn in Great Nicobar and voyage thence to Acheen in a canoe. I do not think any excuse is needed for here giving in full Dampier's narrative of his experiences on Great Nicobar and of his voyage thence to Acheen in a native canoe. His voyages are but little read nowadays, and not only are the chapters extracted of much interest in themselves, but they contain a careful record of his observations on the natives and their life and customs, and that in spite of changes is fairly accurate even for a description of things at the present day with which it may be compared. Dampier's account of the Nicobars is by far the most full that we have of the islands in past times, but I have nowhere in any reference to them seen attention drawn to his adventures in their neighborhood. His voyage in the canoe was also a very interesting as well as a somewhat bold undertaking, for there are times in the southwest monsoon when it is by no means pleasant to be caught in a small open boat on that stretch of sea, where too the currents run very strongly. The fever which prostrated himself and companions on their arrival in Sumatra was doubtless aggravated by exposure in the canoe, but was in all probability contracted during their sojourn in Great Nicobar, for all who spend any length of time on shore there seem certain to suffer from it. The privateer Signet of London, Captain Swan, originally fitted out to trade in the South Seas, in which Dampier made that part of his voyage round the world, extending from Rialejo in western Nicaragua to the Nicobars, had left the northwest coast of Australia on March 12, 1688, and anchored nowhere until he reached the islands where he was permitted to quit her. Since Captain Swan had been left ashore at Mindanao and his place taken by Reed, it had been Dampier's continual desire to part from the vessel, and he explains in his narrative the reasons for the captain's objections to his desertion. The 25th day of April 1688, we crossed the equator, still coasting to the northward, between the island Sumatra and a range of small islands lying 14 or 15 leagues off it. The 29th we saw a sail to the north of us, which we chased, but it being little wind we did not come up with her till the 30th day. Then, being within a league of her, Captain Reed went in a canoe and took her, and brought her aboard. She was a prau with 4 men in her, belonging to Acheen, whither she was bound. She came from one of those coconut islands that we passed by, and was laden with coconuts and with coconut oil. Captain Reed ordered his men to take aboard all the nuts, and as much of the oil as he thought convenient, and then cut a hole in the bottom of the prow, and turned her loose, keeping the men prisoners. It was not for the lucre of the cargo that Captain Reed took this boat, but to hinder me and some others from going ashore, for he knew that we were ready to make our escapes if any opportunity presented itself, and he thought that by abusing and robbing the natives we should be afraid to trust ourselves amongst them. But yet this proceeding of his turned to our greater advantage, as shall be declared hereafter. May the 1st, we ran down by the northwest end of the island Sumatra, within 7 or 8 leagues of the shore. All this west side of Sumatra, which we thus coasted along, our Englishmen at Fort St. George call the west coast simply, without adding the name Sumatra. The prisoners who were taken the day before showed us the islands that lie off Acheen harbour, and the channels through which ships go in, and told us also that there was an English factory at Acheen. I wished myself there, but was forced to wait with patience till my time was come. We were now directing our course towards the Nicobar Islands, intending there to clean the ship's bottom in order to make her sail well. The 4th day in the evening, we had sight of one of the Nicobar Islands. The southernmost of them lie about 40 leagues north-northwest from the northwest end of the island Sumatra. The most southerly of them is Nicobar itself, but all the cluster of islands lying south of the Andaman Islands are called by our seamen the Nicobar Islands. The inhabitants of these islands have no certain converse with any nation, but as ships pass by them, they will come aboard in their prows and offer their commodities to sale, never inquiring of what nation they are, for all white people are alike to them. Their chiefest commodities are ambergris and fruits. Ambergris is often found by the native Indians of these islands, who know it very well, as also know how to cheat ignorant strangers with a certain mixture like it. Several of our men bought such of them for a small purchase. Captain Weldon also about this time touched at some of these islands where we lay, and I saw a great deal of such ambergris that one of his men bought there. But it was not good, having no smell at all. Yet I saw some there very good and fragrant. At that island where Captain Weldon was there were 2 friars sent thither to convert the Indians. One of them came away with Captain Weldon, the other remained there still. He that came away with Captain Weldon gave a very good character to the inhabitants of that island, viz., that they were very honest, civil, harmless people, that they were not addicted to quarrelling, theft, or murder, that they did marry, or at least live as man and wife, one man with one woman, never changing till death made the separation, that they were punctual and honest in performing their bargains, and that they were inclined to receive the Christian religion. This relation I had afterwards from the mouth of a priest at Tonquin, who told me that he received this information by a letter from the friar that Captain Weldon brought away from thence. But to proceed. The 5th day of May, we ran down on that west side of the island Nicobar properly so called, and anchored at the northwest end of it in a small bay, in 8 fathoms of water, not half a mile from the shore. The body of this island is in 7 degrees 30 minutes north latitude. It is about 12 leagues long and 3 or 4 broad. The south end of it is pretty high, with steep cliffs against the sea. The rest of the island is low, flat, and even. The mould of it is black and deep, and it is very well watered with small running streams. It produceth abundance of tall trees, fit for any uses, for the whole bulk of it seems to be but one entire grove. But that which adds most of its beauty off at sea are the many spots of coconut trees which grow round it in every small bay. The bays are half a mile or a mile long, more or less, and these bays are intercepted or divided from each other with as many little rocky points of woodland. As the coconut trees do thus grow in groves, fronting to the sea in the bays, so there is another sort of fruit tree in the bays, bordering on the backside of the cocoa trees, farther from the sea. It is called by the natives a mellory tree. This tree is as big as our large apple trees and as high. It hath a blackish rind and a pretty broad leaf. The fruit is as big as the breadfruit at Guam, or a large penny loaf. It is shaped like a pear, and hath a pretty tough, smooth rind of a light green colour. The inside of the fruit is in substance much like an apple, but full of small strings as big as brown thread. I did never see of these trees anywhere but here. The natives of this island are tall, well-limbed men, pretty long-visaged, with black eyes, their noses middle-proportioned, and the whole symmetry of their faces agreeing very well. Their hair is black and lank, and their skins of a dark copper colour. The women have no hair on their eyebrows. I do believe it is plucked up by the roots, for the men had hair growing on their eyebrows, as other people. The men go all naked, only a long narrow piece of cloth or sash, which going round their waists and thence down between their thighs, is brought up behind and tucked in at that part which goes about the waist. The women have a kind of a short petticoat, reaching from their waists to their knees. Their language was different from any that I ever heard before. Yet they had some few Malayan words, and some of them had a word or two of Portuguese, which probably they might learn aboard of their ships passing by this place. For when these men see a sail, they do presently go aboard of them in their canoes. I did not perceive any form of religion that they had. They had neither temple nor idol, nor any manner of outward veneration to any deity that I did see. They inhabit all round the island by the seaside in the bays, there being 4 or 5 houses more or less in each bay. Their houses are built on posts, as the Mindanaeans. They are small, low, and of a square form. There is but one room in each house, and this room is about 8 feet from the ground, and from thence the roof is raised about 8 feet higher. But instead of a sharp ridge, the top is exceedingly neatly arched, with small rafters about the bigness of a man's arm, bent round like a half-moon, and very curiously thatched with palmetto leaves. They live under no government that I could perceive, for they seem to be equal, without any distinction, every man ruling in his own house. Their plantations are only those coconut trees which grow by the seaside, there being no cleared land further in on the island. For I observed that when past the fruit trees, there were no paths to be seen going into the woods. The greatest use which they make of their cocoa trees is to draw toddy from them, of which they are very fond. The mellory trees seem to grow wild. They have great earthen pots to boil the mellory fruit in, which will hold 12 or 14 gallons. These pots they fill with the fruit, and putting in a little water, they cover the mouth of the pot with leaves to keep the steam while it boils. When the fruit is soft, they peel off the rind and the pulp from the strings with a flat stick made like a knife, and then make it up into great lumps as big as a Holland cheese, and then it will keep 6 or 7 days. It looks yellow and tastes well, and is their chiefest food, for they have no yams, potatoes, rice, or plantains, except a very few. Yet they have a few small hogs, and a very few cocks and hens like ours. The men employ themselves in fishing, but I did not see much fish that they caught. Every house hath at least 2 or 3 canoes belonging to it, which they draw up ashore. The canoes that they go fishing in are sharp at both ends, and both the sides and the bottom are very thin and smooth. They are shaped somewhat like the prows at Guam, with one side flattish and the other with a pretty big belly, and they have small slight outlayers on one side. Being thus thin and light, they are better managed with oars than with sails. Yet they sail well enough and are steered with a paddle. There commonly go 20 or 30 men in one of these canoes, and seldom fewer than 9 or 10. Their oars are short, and they do not paddle but row with them as we do. The benches they sit on when they row are made of split bamboos laid across, and so near together that they look like a deck. The bamboos lie movable, so that when any go in to row, they take up a bamboo in the place where they would sit, and lay it by to make room for their legs. The canoes of those of the rest of these islands were like those of Nicobar, and probably they were alike in other things, for we saw no difference at all in the natives of them who came hither while we were here. But to proceed with our affairs, it was, as I said before, the 5th day of May, about 10 in the morning, when we anchored at this island. Captain Reed immediately ordered his men to heel the ship, in order to clean her, which was done this day and the next. All the water vessels were filled. They intended to go to sea at night. The winds being yet at north-northeast, the captain was in hopes to get over to Cape Comorin before the wind shifted. Otherwise it would have been somewhat difficult for him to get thither, because the westerly monsoon was not at hand. I thought now was my time to make my escape, by getting leave, if possible, to stay here, for it seemed not very feasible to do it by stealth, and I had no reason to despair of getting leave, this being a place where my stay could probably do the crew no harm should I design it. Indeed, one reason that put me on the thoughts of staying at this particular place, besides the present opportunity of leaving Captain Reed, which I did always intend to do as soon as I could, was that I had here also a prospect of advancing a profitable trade for ambergris with these people, and of gaining a considerable fortune to myself. For in a short time I might have learned their language, and by accustoming myself to row with them in their prows or canoes, especially by conforming myself to their customs and manners of living, should have seen how they got their ambergris, and have known what quantities they got, and the time of the year when it most is found. And then afterwards I thought it would be easy for me to have transported myself from thence, either in some ship that passed that way, whether English, Dutch, or Portuguese, or else to have gotten one of the young men of the islands to have gone with me in one of these canoes to Acheen, and there to have furnished myself with such commodities as I found most coveted by them, and therewith at my return to have bought their ambergris. I had till this time made no open show of going ashore here, but now, the water being filled, the ship in readiness to sail, I desired Captain Reed to set me ashore on this island. He, supposing that I could not go ashore in a place less frequented by ships than this, gave me leave, which possibly he would have refused to have done if he thought I should have gotten from hence in any short time, for fear of my giving an account of him to the English or Dutch. I soon got up my chest and bedding, and immediately got some to row me ashore, for fear lest his mind should change again. The canoe that brought me ashore landed me on a small sandy bay, where there were 2 houses, but no person in them, for the inhabitants were removed to some other house, probably for fear of us, because the ship was so close by. And yet both men and women came aboard the ship without any sign of fear. When our ship's canoe was going aboard again, they met the owner of the houses coming ashore in his boat. He made a great many signs to them to fetch me off again, but they would not understand him. Then he came to me and offered his boat to carry me off, but I refused it. Then he made signs to me to go up into the house, and according as I did understand him by his signs and a few Malayan words that he used, he intimated that somewhat would come out of the woods in the night when I was asleep and kill me, meaning probably some wild beast. Then I carried my chest and clothes up into the house. I had not been ashore an hour before Captain Teat and one John Damerel with 3 or 4 men more came to fetch me aboard again. They need not have sent an armed posse for me, for had they but sent the cabin boy ashore for me, I would not have denied going aboard. For though I could have hid myself in the woods, yet then they would have abused or have killed some of the natives, purposely to incense them against me. I told them therefore that I was ready to go with them, and went aboard with all my things. When I came aboard, I found the ship in an uproar, for there were 3 men more, who, taking courage by my example, desired leave also to accompany me. One of these was the surgeon, Mr. Coppinger. The other was Mr. Robert Hall, and one named Ambrose. I have forgot his surname. These men had always harboured the same designs I had. The 2 last were not much opposed, but Captain Reed and his crew would not part with the surgeon. At last the surgeon leaped into the canoe, and taking up my gun swore he would go ashore, and that if any man did oppose it, he would shoot him. But John Oliver, who was the quartermaster, leaped into the canoe, taking hold of him, took away the gun, and with the help of 2 or 3 more, they dragged him again into the ship. Then Mr. Hall and Ambrose and I were again sent ashore, and one of the men that rowed us ashore stole an axe and gave it to us, knowing it was a good commodity with the Indians. It was now dark, therefore we lighted a candle, and I, being the oldest stander in our new country, conducted them into one of the houses, where we did presently hang up our hammocks. We had scarce done this before the canoe came ashore again, and brought the 4 Malayan men belonging to Acheen, which we took in the prow we took off Sumatra, and the Portuguese that came to our ship out of the Siam junk at Pulo Condor, the crew having no occasion for these, being leaving the Malayan parts where the Portuguese sparks served as an interpreter, and not fearing now that the Achenese could be serviceable to us in bringing us over to their country, 40 leagues off, not imagining we durst make such an attempt, as indeed it was a bold one. Now we were men enough to defend ourselves against the natives of the island, if they should prove our enemies. Though if none of these men had come ashore to me, I should not have feared any danger. Nay, perhaps less, because I should have been cautious of giving any offence to the natives. And I am of the opinion that there are no people in the world so barbarous as to kill a single person that falls accidentally into their hands, or comes to live among them, except they have been injured by some outrage or violence committed against them. Yet, even then or afterwards, if a man could but preserve his life from their first rage and come to treat with them, which is the hardest thing, because their way is usually to abscond, and rushing suddenly on their enemy to kill him unawares, one might by some slight insinuate oneself into their favours again, especially by showing some toy or knack that they did never see before, which any European that hath seen the world might soon contrive to amuse them withal, as might be done generally with little fire struck with a flint and steel. As for these Nicobar people, I found them affable enough, and therefore I did not fear them, for I did not much care whether I had gotten any more company or no. But, however, I was very well satisfied, and the rather because we were now men enough to row ourselves over to the island Sumatra, and accordingly we presently consulted how to purchase a canoe from the natives. It was a fine clear moonlight night, in which we were left ashore. Therefore we walked in the sandy bay to watch when the ship would weigh and be gone, not thinking ourselves secure in our new gotten liberty till then. About 11 or 12 o'clock we saw her under sail, and then we returned to our chamber, and so to sleep. This was the 6th of May. The next morning betimes, our landlord with 4 or 5 of his friends came to see his new guests, and was somewhat surprised to see so many of us, for he knew of no more than myself. Yet he seemed to be very pleased, and entertained us with a large calabash of toddy which he brought with him. Before he went away again, for wheresoever we came they left their houses to us, but whether out of fear or suspicion I know not, we bought a canoe of his for an axe, and we did presently put our chests and clothes in it, designing to go to the south end of the island and be there till the monsoon shifted, which we expected every day. When our things were stowed away, we with the Achenes entered with joy into our new frigate, and launched off from the shore. We were no sooner off, but our canoe overset bottom upwards. We preserved our lives well enough by swimming, and dragged also our chests and clothes ashore, but all our things were wet. I had nothing of value but my journal, and some drafts of land of my own taking, which I much prized, and which I had hitherto carefully preserved. Mr. Hall had also such another cargo of books and drafts, which were now like to perish. But we presently opened our chests and took out our books, which with much ado we did afterwards dry, but some of our drafts that lay loose in our chests were spoiled. We lay here afterwards 3 days, making great fires to dry our books. The Achenes in the meantime fixed her canoe with outlayers on each side, and they also cut a good mast for her, and made a substantial sail with mats. The canoe being now very well fixed, and our books and clothes dry, we launched out the second time, and rowed towards the east side of the island, leaving many islands to the north of us. The Indians of the island accompanied us with 8 or 10 canoes against our desire, for we thought that these men would make provision dearer at that side of the island we were going to, by giving an account what rates we gave for it at the place from whence we came, which was owing to the ships being there, for the ship's crew were not so thrifty in bargaining, as they seldom are, as single persons or a few men might be apt to be, who would keep to one bargain. Therefore, to hinder them from going with us, Mr. Hall scared one canoe's crew by firing a shot over them. They all leaped overboard and cried out, but seeing us row away, they got into their canoe again and rowed after us. The firing of that gun made all the inhabitants of the islands to be our enemies. For presently after this we put ashore at a bay where were 4 houses and a great many canoes. But they all went away and came near to us no more for several days. We had then a great loaf of mellery, which was our constant food, and we had a mind to coconuts or toddy. Our Malayans of Acheen would climb the trees and fetch as many nuts as we would have, and a good pot of toddy every morning. Thus we lived till our mellery was almost spent, being still in hopes that the natives would come to us and sell it as they had formerly done. But they came not to us, nay, they opposed us wherever we came, and after shaking their lances at us, made all the show of hatred that they could invent. At last, when we saw that they stood in opposition to us, we resolved to use force to get some of their food, if we could not get it other ways. With this resolution, we went in our canoe to a small bay on the north part of the island, because it was smooth water there, and good landing. But on the other side, the wind being yet on that quarter, we could not land without jeopardy of oversetting our canoe and wetting our arms, and then we must have lain at the mercy of our enemies, who stood 200 or 300 men in every bay where they saw us coming to keep us off. When we set out, we rowed directly to the north end, and presently were followed by 7 or 8 of their canoes. They, keeping at a distance, rowed away faster than we did, and got to the bay before us, and there, with about 20 more canoes full of men, they all landed and stood to hinder us from landing. But we rowed in within 100 yards of them. Then we lay still, and I took up my gun and presented at them, at which they all fell down flat on the ground. But I turned myself about, and to show that we did not intend to harm them, I fired my gun off to sea, so that they might see the shot graze on the water. As soon as my gun was loaded again, we rowed gently in, at which some of them withdrew. The rest, standing up, did still cut and hew the air, making signs of their hatred, till I once more frightened them with my gun, and discharged it as before. Then more of them sneaked away, leaving only 5 or 6 men on the bay. Then we rowed in again, and Mr. Hall, taking his sword in his hand, leaped ashore, and I stood ready with my gun to fire at the Indians if they had injured him. But they did not stir till he came to them and saluted them. He shook them by the hand, and by such signs of friendship as he made, the peace was concluded, ratified, and confirmed by all that were present, and others that were gone were again called back, and they all very joyfully accepted of a peace. This became universal all over the island, to the great joy of the inhabitants. There was no ringing of bells, nor bonfires made, for that is not the custom here, but gladness appeared in their countenances, for now they could go out and fish again without fear of being taken. This peace was not more welcome to them than to us, for now the inhabitants brought their mellory again to us, which we bought for old rags and small strips of cloth as broad as the palm of one's hand. I did not see above 5 or 6 hens, for they have but few on the island. At some places we saw some small hogs, which we could have bought of them reasonably, for we would not offend our Acheenese friends, who were Mohammedans. We stayed here 2 or 3 days, and then rowed towards the south end of the island, keeping on the east side, and we were kindly received by the natives wherever we came. When we arrived at the south end of the island, we fitted ourselves with mellory and water. We bought 3 or 4 loaves of mellory, and about 12 large coconut shells that had all kernel taken out, yet were preserved whole, except only a small hole at one end, and all these held for us about 3½ gallons of water. We bought also 2 or 3 bamboos that held about 4 or 5 gallons more. This was our sea store. We now designed to go to Acheen, a town on the northwest end of the island Sumatra, distant from hence about 40 leagues, bearing south-southwest. We only waited for the western monsoon, which we had expected a great while, and now it seemed to be at hand, for the clouds began to hang their heads to the eastward, and at last moved gently that way. And though the wind was still at east, yet this was an infallible sign that the western monsoon was high. Chapter 18. It was the 15th day of May 1688, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when we left Nicobar Island, directing our course towards Acheen, being 8 men of us in company, viz. 3 English, 4 Malayans, who were born at Acheen, and the mongrel Portuguese. Our vessel, the Nicobar canoe, was not one of the biggest, nor of the least size. She was much about the burthen of one of our London wherries below bridge, and built sharp at both ends, like the forepart of a wherry. She was deeper than a wherry, but not so broad, and was so thin and light that when empty 4 men could launch her or hail her ashore on a sandy bay. We had a good substantial mast and a mat sail, and good outlayers lashed very fast and firm on each side the vessel, being made of strong poles, so that while these continued firm the vessel could not overset, which she would easily have done without them, and with them too, had they not been made very strong, and we were therefore much beholden to our Acheenese companions for this contrivance. These men were none of them so sensible of the danger as Mr. Hall and myself, for they all confided so much in us that they did not so much as scruple anything we did approve of. Neither was Mr. Hall so well provided as I was, for before we left the ship, I had purposely consulted our draft of the East Indies, which we had but one in the ship, and out of that I had written in my pocket-book an account of the bearing and distance of all the Malacca coast, and that of Sumatra, Pegu, and all Siam, and also brought away with me a pocket compass for my direction in any enterprise that I should undertake. The weather at our setting out was very fair, clear, and hot. The wind was still at southeast, a very small breeze just fanning the air, and the clouds were moving gently from west to east, which gave us hopes that the winds were either at west already abroad at sea, or would be so in a very short time. We took this opportunity of fair weather, being in hopes to accomplish our voyage to Acheen before the western monsoon was set and strong, knowing that we should have very blusterous weather after this fair weather, especially at the first coming of the western monsoon. We rowed therefore away to the southward, supposing that when we were clear from the island, we should have a true wind, as we call it, for the land hails the wind, and we often find the wind at sea different from what it is near the shore. We rowed with 4 oars, taking our time. Mr. Hall and I steered also by turns, for none of the rest were capable of it. We rowed the first afternoon and the night ensuing about 12 leagues by my judgment. Our course was south-southeast, but the 16th day in the morning, when the sun was an hour high, we saw the island whence we came, bearing northwest by north. Therefore I found we had gone a point more to the east than I intended, for which reason we steered south by east. In the afternoon at 4 o'clock we had a gentle breeze at west-southwest, which continued so till 9, all which time we laid down our oars and steered away south-southeast. I was then at the helm, and I found by the ripplings of the sea that there was a strong current against us. It made a great noise that might be heard half a mile. At 9 o'clock it fell calm, and so continued till 10. Then the wind sprung up again, and blew a fresh breeze all night. The 17th day in the morning, we looked out for the island Sumatra, supposing that we were now within 20 leagues of it, and the distance from Nicobar to Acheen is 40 leagues. But we looked in vain for the island Sumatra, but turning ourselves about we saw, to our grief, Nicobar Island lying west-northwest, and not above 8 leagues distant. By this it was visible that we had met a very strong current against us in the night, but the wind freshened on us, and we made the best use of it while the weather continued fair. At noon we had an observation of the sun. My latitude was 6 degrees 55 minutes, and Mr. Hall's was 7 degrees north. The 18th day the wind freshened on us again, and the sky began to be clouded. It was indifferent clear till noon, and we thought to have had an observation, but we were hindered by the clouds that came on the face of the sun when it came on the meridian. This often happens, that we are disappointed of making observations by the sun's being clouded at noon, though it shines clear both before and after, especially in places near the sun, and this obscuring of the sun at noon is commonly sudden and unexpected, and for about half an hour or more. We had then also a very ill passage, presage, by a great circle about the sun 5 or 6 times the diameter of it, which seldom appears, but storms of wind or much rain ensue. Such circles about the moon are more frequent, but of less import. We do commonly take great notice of these that are about the sun, observing if there be any breach in the circle, and in what quarter the breach is, for from thence we commonly find the greatest stress of the wind will come. I must confess that I was a little anxious at the sight of the circle, and wished heartily that we were near some land. Yet I showed no sign of it to discourage my consorts, but made a virtue of necessity, and put a good countenance on all the matters. I told Mr. Hall that if the wind became too strong and violent, as I feared it would, it being even then very strong, we must of necessity steer away before the wind and sea till better weather presented, and that, as the winds were now, we should, instead of about 20 leagues to Acheen, be driven 60 or 70 to the coast of Kada, or Kedah, a kingdom and town and harbour of trade on the coast of Malacca. The winds therefore bearing very hard, we rolled up the foot of our sail on a pole fastened to it, and settled our yard within 3 feet of the canoe sides, so that we had now but a small sail. Yet it was still too big considering the winds, for the wind being on our broadside pressed her down very much, though supported by her outlayers, insomuch that the poles of the outlayers going from the sides of the vessel bent as if they would break, and should they have broken, our overturning and perishing had been inevitable. Besides, the sea increasing would soon have filled the sea this way. Yet thus we made a shift to bear up with the side of the vessel against the wind for a while. But the wind still increasing about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we put right away before wind and sea, continuing to run thus all the afternoon and part of the night ensuing. The wind continued increasing all the afternoon, and the sea still swelled higher and often broke, but did us no damage, for the ends of the vessel being very narrow, he that steered received and broke the sea on his back, and so kept it from coming in so much as to endanger the vessel. Though much water would come in, which we were forced to keep heaving out continually, and by this time we saw it was well we had altered our course. Every wave would else have filled and sunk us, taking the side of the vessel, and though our outlayers were well lashed down to the canoe's bottom with rattans, yet they must probably have yielded to such a sea as this, when even before they were plunged under water and bent like twigs. The evening of this 18th day was very dismal. The sky looked very black, being covered with dark clouds. The wind blew hard, and the seas ran high. The sea was already roaring in a white foam about us, a dark night coming on, and no land in sight to shelter us, and our little ark in danger to be swallowed by every wave. And what was worst of all, none of us thought ourselves prepared for another world. The reader may better guess than I can express the confusion that we were all in. I had been in many imminent dangers before now, some of which I have already related, but the worst of them all was a play game in comparison with this. I must confess I was in great conflicts of mind at this time. Other dangers came not upon me with such a leisurely and dreadful solemnity. A sudden skirmish or engagement or so was nothing when one's blood was up and pushed forward with eager expectations. But here I had a lingering view of approaching death, and little or no hopes of escaping it, and I must confess that my courage, which I had hitherto kept up, failed me here, and I made very sad reflections of my former life, and looked back with horror and detestation on actions which before I disliked, and now I trembled at the remembrance of. I had long before this repented me of that roving course of life, but never with such concern as now. I did also call to mind many miraculous acts of God's providence towards me in the whole course of my life, of which kind I believe few men have met with the like. For all these I returned thanks in a peculiar manner, and this once more desired God's assistance, and composed my mind as well as I could in the hopes of it. And as the event showed, I was not disappointed of my hopes. Submitting ourselves therefore to God's good providence, and taking all care we could to preserve our lives, Mr. Hall and I took turns to steer, and the rest took turns to heave out the water, and thus we provided to spend the most doleful night I ever was in. About 10 o'clock it began to thunder, lighten, and rain. But the rain was very welcome to us, having drunk up all the water we brought from the island. The wind at first blew harder than before, but within half an hour it abated and became more moderate, and the sea also assuaged of its fury, and then by a lighted match, of which we kept a piece burning on purpose, we looked on our compass to see how we steered, and found our course to be still east. We had no occasion to look on the compass before, for we steered right before the wind, which if it shifted we had been obliged to have altered our course accordingly. But now it being abated, we found our vessel lively enough, with that small sail which was then aboard, to hail our former course south-southeast, which accordingly we did, being now in hopes again to get to the island Sumatra. But about 2 o'clock in the morning of the 19th, we had another gust of wind, with much thunder, lightning, and rain, which lasted till day, and obliged us to put before the wind again, steering thus for several hours. It was very dark, and the hard rain soaked us so thoroughly that we had not one dry thread about us. The rain chilled us extremely, for any fresh water is much colder than that of the sea. For even in the coldest climates the sea is warm, and in the hottest climates the rain is cold and unwholesome for man's body. In this wet, starveling plight we spent the tedious night. Never did poor mariners on a lee shore more earnestly long for the dawning light than we did now. At length the day appeared, but with such dark black clouds near the horizon that the first glimpse of the dawn appeared 30 or 40 degrees high, which was dreadful enough, for it is a common saying among seamen, and true, as I have experienced, that a high dawn will have high winds, and a low dawn small winds. We continued our course till east, before wind and sea, till about 8 o'clock in the morning of the 19th day, and then one of our Malayan friends cried out, "Pull away!" Mr. Hall and Ambrose and I thought the fellow had said "pull away," an expression usual among English seamen when they are rowing, and we wondered what he meant by it, till we saw him point to his consorts, and then we looking that way saw land appearing, like an island, and all our Malayan friends said it was an island at the northwest end of Sumatra, called Way, for Pulo Way is the island Way. We who were dropping with wet, cold, and hungry were all overjoyed at the sight of the land, and presently marked its bearing. It bore south, and the wind was still at west, a strong gale, but the sea did not run so high as in the night. Therefore we trimmed our small sail, no bigger than an apron, and steered with it. Now our waylayers did us a great kindness again, for although we had but a small sail, yet the wind was strong and pressed down our vessel's side very much. Being supported by the outlayers, we could brook it well enough, which otherwise we could not have done. About noon we saw more land beneath the supposed Pulo Way, and steering towards it before night we saw the coast of Sumatra, and found the errors of our Achenes. For the high land that we first saw, which then appeared like an island, was not Pulo Way, but a great high mountain on the island Sumatra, called by the English the Golden Mountain. Our wind continued till about 7 o'clock at night. Then it abated, and at 10 o'clock it died away. And then we stuck to our oars again, though all of us quite tired with our former fatigues and hardships. The next morning, being the 20th day, we saw all the low land plain, and judged ourselves not about 8 leagues off. About 8 o'clock in the morning, we had the wind again at west, a fresh gale, and steering in still for the shore. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon we run to the mouth of a river on the island Sumatra, called Pasange Jonka, Pasangan River. It is 34 leagues to the eastward of Acheen and 6 leagues to the west of Diamond Point, which makes with 3 angles of a rhombus and is low land. Our Malayans were very well acquainted here, and carried us to a small fishing village within a mile of the river's mouth, called also by the name of the river Pasange Jonka. The hardships of this voyage, with the scorching heat of the sun at our first setting out, and the cold rain, with our continuing wet for the last 2 days, cast us all into fevers, so that now we were not able to help each other, nor so much as to get our canoe up to the village, but our Malayans got some of the townsmen to bring her up. The Malayans that accompanied us from Nicobar separated themselves from us now, living at one end of the house by themselves, for they were Mohammedans, as all those of the kingdom of Acheen are. And though during our passage by the sea together we made them be content to drink their water out of the same coconut shell as us, yet being now no longer under that necessity, they again took up their accustomed niceness and reservedness. They all lay sick, and as their sickness increased, one of them threatened us that if any of them died, the rest would kill us for having brought them this voyage. Yet I question whether they would have attempted it, or the country people have suffered it. We made a shift to dress our own food, for none of these people, though they were very kind in giving us anything that we wanted, would yet come near us to assist us in dressing our victuals. Nay, they would not touch anything that we used. We had all fevers, and therefore took turns to dress victuals according as we had strength to do it, or stomachs to eat it. I found my fever to increase, and my head so distempered that I could scarce stand. Therefore I whetted and sharpened my penknife in order to let myself blood, but I could not, for my knife was too blunt. We stayed here 10 or 12 days, in hopes to recover our health, but finding no amendment we desired to go to Acheen. The natives provided a large prow to carry us thither, we not being able to manage our own canoe. Besides, before this, 3 of our Malayan comrades were gone very sick into the country, and only one of them and the Portuguese remained with us, accompanying us to Acheen, and they both as sick as we. 3 days after our arrival here, Acheen, our Portuguese died of a fever. What became of our Malayans, I know not. Ambrose lived not long after. Mr. Hall also was so weak that I did not think he would recover. I was the best, but still very sick of a fever, and little likely to live. Therefore Mr. Driscoll, an Irishman and a resident in the factory, which our East India Company had there then, and some other Englishmen persuaded me to take some purging physic of a Malayan doctor. I took their advice, being willing to get ease, but after 3 doses, each a large calabash of nasty stuff, finding no amendment, I thought to desist from my physic, but was persuaded to take 1 dose more, which I did, and it wrought so violently that I thought it would have ended my days. It working so quick with me, and my strength being almost spent, I even threw myself down once for all. I thought my Malayan doctor, whom they so much commended, would have killed me outright. I continued extraordinary weak for some days after his drenching me thus, but my fever has left me for above a week, after which it returned upon me again for a 12-month, and a flux with it. End of section 18. Section 19 of In the Andamans and Nicobars by C. Boden Kloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An old account of Car Nicobar. In 1778, Car Nicobar was visited by Dr. I. G. Kennick, a Swede and pupil of Linnaeus. He spent many years in India, both as doctor to the Danish missionaries in Tranquebar and as naturalist to the Nabob of Arcot. After visiting different parts of India and Ceylon, he started on an expedition to Siam and Malacca. And as his accounts of the voyage will be but little known to English readers, I have extracted from it such portions as deal generally with the island, leaving out a quantity of botanical matter. A translation of Kennick's diaries was made for the Straits branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, and appears in numbers 26 and 27 of its journals. The account commences with the starting of the ship Bristol from Madras on August 8, 1778, on its way to Siam. August 31, 1778. At 9 o'clock, land was discovered from the mast. The sails were set and the course directed straight towards the land. A quarter of an hour later, we could distinguish the land from the foredeck. It rose before us like smoke, and seemed to be high and hilly. As we approached the land, we could from time to time distinguish some white sparkling spots, especially close to the summit of the mountain. We took them to be chalk stone, but as we came nearer, we saw that they were a peculiar kind of fields interspersed with green. Our captain knew this country very well. It was the first of the Nicobar Islands, which is called Car Nicobar. He therefore ordered the ship to be steered towards its northeastern coast in such manner as not to come too near a stony bank stretching far into the sea. The more we approached the land, the more agreeable it seemed to the eye, on account of the pleasant change of wood with green fields and trees standing in thin rows between them. There was such perpetual change of scenery that it was almost impossible to believe this island to be inhabited by uncivilized people. One field was specially conspicuous. It reached in a slope down to the sea, and there was bordered by a row of thinly planted trees, the waves beating against it with great violence. In all other parts the sea was bordered by thick trees like by a wall. After this we passed another side of the island pretty closely, this coast not being dangerous at all, and at the same time we came behind the wind. The ship cast anchor a quarter of a German mile from the shore, the water being 15 fathoms deep. It was then 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The country seemed to be level and flat for about 1 German mile, and was thickly overgrown with trees down to the seashore. There were some semicircular openings hewn out, in which one could perceive several houses with thatched roofs. We had scarcely cast anchor when some of the natives of Nicobar came in their canoes. They arrived rowing in silence. Their canoes were long, narrow, and pointed. They were hewn out of trees, the best of them having a thin staff, about 1½ man's height. Right in front, at the end of which was fastened a little flag, by means of diametrical pieces of wood. The flag, however, was not movable, and stood out straight in front. There were 2 bamboos tied to the top of the canoe, about 1 foot apart from each other, and at one side there was a kind of wing fastened to the same, for the purpose of preventing the canoe from being overset. This wing was made of 2 bamboo sticks as long as the 1/8 part of the whole length of the boat, and to these were tied 2 other bamboo sticks, which stood out at the 2 ends. They were twice as long as the width of the boat, and at the end of these cross sticks another bamboo was fastened, running parallel with the boat, and standing out as much at the front part as long as the pointed end of the canoe. The smaller boats all had this arrangement, only they had no staff for the flag. There were more than 8 men rowing the big boats. Their oars were lancet-shaped as far as the middle, and had a protruding sharp-cornered point. They were thin and smooth, about 6 inches wide. The handle was round and short, their whole length being about 4 feet. They were made of a sort of brownish red wood. Those of the natives that came on board were mostly young, except their captain, who was rather old. He had received a name from a European captain who frequently came hither, viz. Mackintosh. Their figure is very much like that of the Malays. They had round heads thickly covered with short coarse hair, a large forehead, round small brown eyes, a flat nose, thick lips and large faces, big teeth red with beetle, and thin black beards. They were of a light brown color. Their shoulders were large, and they seemed to be muscular. Their veins were more prominent than is commonly the case with the black. Their calves were very developed, but they were all only of medium stature. Their clothing consisted of a piece of coarse blue linen, about 3 fingers wide, which was wound several times round the lower part of their body and taken up between the legs. Some of them wore old straw hats. At first sight the expression of their face seemed to be wild, but one soon lost that impression. They showed few signs of any passion, smiled in drawing their lips up on one side, and when they felt offended, they walked away without any sign of anger. The principal articles they brought with them were coconuts. Some of them had little square boxes, the biggest of them being 1 foot long. They were made from the sheets of the young leaves of the chamaerops, and they contained many varieties of amber for sale. There were some pieces of 1 or 2 drams weight, and they were wrapped in leaves, among them one kind very much resembling benzoin, but not having the same odor. As much as I could make out from the interpreter, this piece, like all the other pieces, had been thrown on shore by the sea. It seemed to have been burnt at one end. The payment for these articles was mostly made in tobacco or blue linen. My curiosity and longing to see the country were very great, but the time passed with necessary arrangements in reference to the ship, and also in talking to the natives of Nicobar. At last, at 4 o'clock, the captain ordered the boat to be put out, and I set out for the shore, feeling very glad and happy. But on nearing the land we perceived a strong breaking of the waves against the shore. We chose a little bay which seemed to have sandy banks, because it was guarded on both sides by high cliffs. A big wave seized the boat and threw it with great violence against the shore. A second bigger wave followed, which filled the boat, broke one of the oars, and some parts of the boat itself, besides terrifying us greatly. I did not want to wait for the third wave to come, but jumped down into the water, which reached up to my waist, in order to escape a greater danger, and all I had taken with me was soaked. The shore was rather steep in the beginning, and there were many little bays covered with a whitish-yellow sand. The above-mentioned stone cliffs consisted of grey coarse chalk stone. Here and there big pieces of different kinds of corals had been thrown up by the sea, among them one kind which had the appearance of many knife blades grown together. I do not remember having seen any of this kind before. Higher up on the shore there were innumerable varieties of blue, black, red, brown, and white corals, among them also the so-called red organ. I also found a peculiar kind of very coarse sponge, and many kinds of shells were thrown up very high. Many of them had been thrown into the woods for some little distance. The whole shore was not of a man's height, and it almost immediately sloped down again towards the wood. As it grew dark, I went to one of the hamlets, where about 20 houses, most of them with pointed thatched roofs, stood on piles. The principal houses, 3 in number, were placed in the middle, but each separate from the other. They were built on piles about 10 to 12 inches thick, and more than a man's height. Some of them had 24 to 30 of these piles. They were bamboo, and one side was open, where a bench hung by ropes, large enough to allow 2 people to sit upon, and so low that their feet when sitting would touch the ground. The roof of the real dwelling house was in some cases angularly pointed, in others rounded. Very few showed a long ridge. The access was gained by means of a narrow, well-made bamboo ladder through a square hole, which was wide enough to afford admission for a full-grown man. The floor consisted of broad, sawn planks of unequal length supported by the cross beams, these beams in their turn resting on the above-mentioned piles. The big houses were divided into stories, the lower one being as high as 2 men. The upper one was lower and more like a barn. Round about, on the principal rafters, there were some bamboo sticks hardly as thick as the thumb fastened across. This looked very nice, but there were no windows at all, nor any to replace them, but the light came only through the holes, serving them for door. Therefore it was very dark. All their household implements were standing round about, mostly tied to the bamboo. That which could not be kept in this manner had been put into small boxes, which were 1 foot long, half a foot wide, and hardly half a foot high, and were provided with lids which were made, as I have already said before, from the partitions sheets of the young chamaerops leaves. These little boxes had been tied to a bamboo which was fastened right across the room, and was therefore at some distance from the roof. There was great cleanliness as regards the floor, and the air also was very pure. Not the faintest disagreeable odour could be detected. The upper story consisted only of bamboo sticks. They were thin, not tied together, and resting on the cross beams. They had turned somewhat brown through the smoke of the lamps, but I could not see that they kept any provisions there, and on the whole they do not collect many provisions. I saw some piles erected near some of the houses. They were more than a man's height. 2 cross piles were fastened to them, and here there stood some yam roots in the open air. They had no gardens. Their houses and also their outhouses stood among carica papaya. Their weapons consisted of small lances, somewhat shaped like pikes, which were made of smooth round sticks about as thick as a finger and 3 yards long. I saw some of them return with these kind of weapons. They had been in the wood to fetch provisions for 1 or 2 days. I did not see any fishing implements. There were 2 ships there, one of them an English 3-master, the second one lying further south with 2 masts. It was a French ship. They were both loading coconuts, which they bought here very cheaply in order to take them to Pegu, and to sell them there with great profit. Their women have almost the same appearance as their men, being strong and muscular, but most of them had their head shorn off. Their clothing consisted of a blue cloth wound round their loins, or they wore an apron made of leaves, which was cut in strips hardly 1 line wide and reached down to the knees. They were plaited together at the top and hung round their bodies in layers almost 2 inches thick. These strips seemed to have been taken from the Borassi or Chamaerops. Some grown-up girls I saw here as well. Their hair was cut off below the ear and hung loosely round their head. However many people I saw here of different sex, I did not come across any whom I could have termed old. The only exception was a woman, apparently about 50 years old. The shortness of my stay here prevented me to make further researches and inquiries, which besides would have been very difficult considering the language and utter simplicity of the natives. As far as I could observe, they were very vague in their ideas as regards years, months, weeks, days, and hours. Near one of the large houses I saw some piles. They were about 10 inches thick, square, and 2.5 feet high. At the upper end they had 2 holes meeting in the middle like a cross. Through them were plaited many coloured ribbons both of linen and of cloth, presenting the appearance of streamers. At their end there was a stick about as high as a man. At the end of this a piece of white linen was fastened of about 2 inches wide, looking like a flag. All this was surrounded by a sort of conical figure of the sheets of the Chamaerops, so that only in front a little piece of streamers was to be seen. I made inquiries as to see these things, and they told me they were monuments for the dead, and that lately 3 persons had died in this house. I saw some more of the same kind of stakes, which were already old, but there was not one near every house. I saw some persons of both sexes wearing green fringes, and I inquired why they were in this manner distinguished from the others. As much as I could learn from my interpreter, these were those who had held their feast of love. This is always celebrated in the woods, never anywhere else, and as a sign of this joy, they wore these fringes. They were really made from long pisang leaves, split through the middle and fringed crossways. They are first worn round their neck, then across their shoulders, and at last round their loins. My attention was attracted by a continual murmuring. I inquired into its cause. It was the singing of some women who wanted to cure another of her headache. This afforded me at the same time the opportunity of seeing the interior of their houses. I was admitted and allowed to mount, and I found the invalid sitting on her feet, some of the women lying near her, and 4 standing before her. One of them held something in her hand, which was supposed to be some article for fumigating. I could, however, neither see nor smell it. Their whole song consisted of one tone, which was taken first at a very high pitch, but by repeating it so often they slowly sank to the lowest notes. Then they paused, and one of them commenced again very high, and the others chimed in until they had again arrived at the lowest notes. They kept on singing in this way as long as I was there, which, however, was not very long, because it soon grew dark. I felt the invalid's forehead, which was a little warmer than ordinarily, and covered with weak perspiration. Her hands were also hot, and her pulse quicker than usual, which symptoms might point to a cold in a body inclined to laziness. The number of children that I met here was not large either, and was far smaller than what I had seen on the coast in villages of equal size. I saw very few animals here. They kept some pigs near their houses, and the pork is said to be of very good taste here, because they feed the pigs on coconuts. There were also some small hens here and a female dog, very much like the pariah dogs which I had seen on the coast, and probably it was brought from there, only it seemed to have shorter legs than the ordinary kind. As it grew dark, I left the country, where I should have liked to stay for some days, but I feared we might not get safely through the high waves. A cicada sang in the wood in a strange manner. For me, it was a sad song. In the dark evening I picked up a little piece of seaweed which had been thrown on shore. We were luckier than we had feared to be as regards the starting from shore, which we left after having explored the country for 1 hour and a half. After 1 hour's journey both ways, we arrived on board at 7 o'clock. September 1st. Early this morning the anchors were hoisted, but hardly had we left the land when a storm combined with heavy showers of rain arose. The atmosphere was misty, and one of these stormy showers was so violent and sudden that we almost perished. A new topsail was torn to pieces. The waves at the same time were uncommonly high, and the whole sea like in a thunderstorm. I thanked God that I succeeded in arranging the specimens which I had gathered on my journey. End of section 19. Section 20 of In the Andamans and Nicobars by C. Boden Kloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some customs of the Nicobarese. Amongst the Nicobarese, there are far more customs and ceremonies than I could ascertain during a short visit, but in the following pages, an attempt has been made to chronicle all those that came to my knowledge. Many of them were elicited by questioning Mr. V. Solomon, the government agent on the island, but still more are extracted from his diaries, as printed in the supplements of the Andaman and Nicobar Gazette. For the accuracy, therefore, much of this chapter Mr. Solomon is responsible. Of all the observances, customs, and ceremonies of the Nicobarese life, that of Canoe, where the bones of the dead are exhumed, is perhaps the most important. Literally, it is called Kaal-on, Feast of the Pig's Flesh. It is a very laborious and costly festival, commemorated every 3rd or 4th year, with much ceremony commingled of joy and sorrow. All the islanders cannot observe it at one limited period, nor can the people of one whole village do so conjointly with each other. If a few families of a village commemorate the feast during 1 year, other families will undertake it at some other convenient year, which will be at a time when their stores are abundant, and after sufficient delay for the bones of their deceased to become denuded of flesh. The festival is conducted with much expenditure and demonstration, and differs slightly in each village. It consists of a course of ceremonies continuing from one full moon to another, and commences as follows. About 10 months prior to the occasion, all the people of a village consult together to fix the festival month, and then inform the rest of the villages and obtain their promise of assistance. They next send messengers to give notice to all the villages of the island of their intentions, and bear preliminary invitations. Mahau Kare. Of these, there are 2 kinds, general and special. The general invitation is given to friends and relatives, that they may join them in the feast and help in various respects. The special invitation is sent by one family of the commemorators of the ceremony to the people of a whole village, that the hosts may give a performance in their house on the occasion. If 10 families of a village commemorate the feast, they would invite the people of 10 distant villages for this purpose, while those of 3 adjacent villages would be invited generally. Their first duty after sending out invitations is to make a na kopa, feast for the dead. Some well-carved wooden poles, 50 or 60 feet in height, with cross battens, are prepared and planted in the ground at El Panam, and in the village in front of the houses of the commemorators. On these the people hang up varieties of yams and plantains, bundles of serai leaf, bunches of coconuts, areca nuts, pandanus, fruit, cheroots, and other eatables to which they are accustomed, in all about 50 kinds. Below the posts they place teakwood boxes containing new clothes and jewels, bottles of toddy and earthen pots from Chora, all fenced in carefully. These arrangements are decorated from top to bottom with flags, etc., until they look like Indian processional cars. This work is the occupation of about 30 men for 3 months. From the day the Na Kopa is commenced, the natives are restricted from killing pigs in the village. On these occasions, they take great pains in repairing their cooking huts, erecting new ones, and in making new roads and paths up to the boundaries of their village in every direction. The open ground at El Panam and the graveyard are also cleared and kept tidy. And in the meanwhile, they make every effort to secure sufficient quantities of provisions for the festival. A month before this begins, some more Nicobarese, similar to the above, are prepared with fresh eatables, which, however, are not set out until a week before the feast. When this is done, final invitations, Minga La, are sent to all the guests. Besides this, a week before the opening day, Kare Yeng Chon, headstones of graves, are made in the following manner. A well-shaped round log of wood, about 3 feet long and 9 inches in diameter, having 2 through holes crossing each other near one end, is prepared and kept in readiness. At the approach of the feast, a number of men and women together adorn it by rolling round it a piece of white calico and fringing it with red or blue cloth. 4 large soup ladles are fastened to the holes, and to the middle of the log a cross-shaped iron pike about 6 feet long, called mirata, ornamented with many spoons, forks, and soup ladles, is fixed. To it also are attached toys, dolls, and fancy weapons, with other curiosities which all add to the gorgeous appearance of the object. Some families keep this in the newly erected cookhouse, others in the open yard. They particularly take the guests and friends to see it in order to show that they are wealthy. The men then construct for temporary use 2 or 3 long bamboo cages with separate enclosures, so that a dozen pigs may be put in each cage. One is built underneath, and the others in front of the house. Meanwhile, the canoes are decorated, filled with many kinds of provisions, and drawn up in front of the houses. All this is done with the help of friends from neighboring villages, who, neglecting their own affairs, willingly come and assist, even bringing with them food sufficient for their needs until the close of the festival. After all these preparations are completed, there commences the preliminary ceremony called Vanipati, house decoration, which takes place a day before the festival. The interiors of the houses are decorated profusely with cocoa palm leaves, gunya, arum plants, and flags. Bunches of tender coconuts, areca nuts, and plantains are tied all about the posts of the house outside, that the guests may partake at pleasure. Several pieces of chintz, red cloth, and calico are hung from strings in the interior and beneath the house as well, and the mereta, with the ornamented canoes, are placed on either side of the Nicobar. The bamboo pig pens are also decorated, and when all this is completed, they kill a pig, sprinkle the blood over all as a sacrifice, and dance and sing around the house with their guests for the first time. Now comes the first act. On the festival evening, the people bring, with songs, numbers of pigs from their jungle piggeries, and placing them in the cages, dance before them. Those animals put in the cage beneath the house are merely for exhibition, as a proof of wealth, though at the same time they are dedicated to a future festival. In the cages outside are left those pigs that are to be slaughtered for the present occasion, and there is yet another cage in which are confined those brought to them by their friends as a festive gift. Kiriam Hetbat, dancing in bright light, is the second and chief festival. By 8 or 9 in the evening, the village is filled with almost the whole of the islanders, a group of one village in one house. The special and general guests assemble in gangs in their respective quarters. The men are adorned with new loin cloths of various kinds and colors, with the tachokla or chaplet, and tassels, necklaces made of silver coins. The women wear necklaces, ear distenders, bangles made by twisting silver wire round arm and leg, and strings of silver coins as head ornaments. A pair of red Madras handkerchiefs, or 2 yards of red cloth and 2 of Chinese blue stitched together, are worn as the principal garment. Some come already dressed, others bring their attire with them and don it on the spot. The special guests bring 10 or a dozen pigs of moderate size as presents to those by whom they are invited. Here it may be said that the people, although well acquainted in general, never call each other friends promiscuously. However, whoever contributes a gift during this festival to another is alone his true friend. There is a regular agreement about this, and special invitations for any occasion are only given by turns. The women bring with them baskets of prepared food, pandanus bread, boiled yams, rice, and with this, and with pork presented by the hosts, they refresh themselves during the night. Dancing and singing then take place. The men give their performance first, and when they are fatigued, they make way for the women, and so it goes on, turn and turn about. The former in their dance go through various motions of sitting, rising, bending, and jumping, but the women only attempt a series of steps. This proceeding continues in the compound of each festival party throughout the night. In the morning, while dancing still continues, there are brought forward some strong wooden cages, about 4 feet long and 3 feet in height and breadth, some in shape like a palanquin, and some dome-shaped like the houses. These cages are gaily decorated with flags, chintz, and gilt jewelry. On the top of each, a platform with curtains is prepared, and on either side, stout bamboo poles are fastened. A huge long tusked boar adorned with jewelry is placed in each cage, and a man, woman, and boy seat themselves on the platform with a quantity of plantains and betel nuts. When everything is ready, new red loincloth and tachoklas are supplied to the guests. Then the cages with the pigs inside and with the people upon them are carried round from house to house in a procession with singing and dancing, each borne by about 40 men or women. Those who are not able to construct a cage carry a substitute, long bamboos, across which the pig with bound legs is fastened. As they proceed, betel nuts and plantains are distributed by those on the cages. In this way they march round the village, then return to the starting point via El Panam, the teams of women as they stagger along with their heavy burden, giving rise to much amusement. When the procession is over, the natives release the pigs in the cars, as well as nearly all the others, detaining only those that are to be slaughtered on that day for the guests. Then, after felling the poles of the Nicobar by cutting them with an axe 6 feet above the ground, they scatter the food in the jungle and fence the site. The canoes and other articles are broken to pieces and thrown away, and only the merata, or iron pike, is preserved, with its decorations to be made use of later. Next comes Hengawa, meaning in return. A dozen or more pigs of ordinary size are distributed by the inviting group to the group of performers. These may kill and eat them on the spot or take them away to their homes. This present is made in place of giving a feast. The dancing party who receive it would, according to their own numbers, kill a few of the pigs, cut them into pieces, and distribute the flesh among the families of their group. They roast the pieces, eat as much as they like, and take the remaining portions away with them. The pigs that are not killed will also be taken to their village, and will be there reserved for some public occasion. As a rule, the people who receive the present must be ready to give away a similar one in their turn when the same festival occurs in their village. The spectacle of these people as they depart, men, women, young and old, each with a load of roasted pork either fastened to long sticks, strung on cords, or packed in baskets, affords further amusement. The general guests, the people of the nearest villages, will remain till the close of the feast to assist the hosts and to give further performances of dancing and singing every night. They take their share of the food with the commemorators. With their help, the amusements are renewed, and on the following morning, the big pigs which were carried in procession are slaughtered and cut into long strips, some of which, generally the spinal portions, are suspended at the entrance of the houses as offerings to the evil spirits, and are there allowed to remain until the next celebration of Canoe. Several pieces will also be distributed to friends and relatives. Before these pigs are killed, it is customary for young men to wrestle with them, and many of them are often so severely gored by the long tusks of the animals that they have to be carried away in litters. This portion of the festival is called Yeng-on, the great boar, for each of the animals which are dedicated to the purpose is looked on as a sacred creature and is offered as a sacrifice in token of the last head of the family who died. From the remaining portions of pork, they separate the fatty part and prepare lard from it by pounding it in a wooden mortar and boiling it down in an earthen vessel. This lard is preserved in coconut shells and eaten with meals like butter. A few shells full are presented to those of their friends who have assisted them. This portion of the ceremony is called Wanaka Kov, making lard, and with the immediately preceding stage lasts for 4 or 5 days. Then commences the ceremony of Kisutail Pati, during which all the decorations of the houses are removed, and dancing and singing take place inside. This is done in order to purify the house. Next, the practice of Tanang Ala, prevention, takes place, and throughout the day the people busy themselves covering the houses and huts in Elpanam with great cocoa palm leaves to prevent pollution by the disinterred bones of next day's proceedings. They take their supper in Elpanam and dance there all night. At this point, the climax of the whole is reached in Anula Kopa or Ula Kopa, digging the graves. The women, children, and others stand at a distance from the graveyard, and 1 or 2 of the adults belonging to each of the houses commemorating open the respective graves, remove the bones, and throw them in an adjoining bush called Tamni Kopa, burial place of the bones, Osuari. But they replace in the graves the skulls of respected people or heads of families. After refilling the holes with earth, place over them the new Kuimitila or Kareyeng Chon headstones. Before the skulls are replaced, however, they are sprinkled with the blood of fowls and young pigs. The men who open the graves are termed Takuwi, polluted, and when all is over they bathe in the sea, and then spend the night in the house of pollution after a period of feasting and dancing in the Elpanam, called Kiriam Anula, digging dance. 2 or 3 days later, the cocoa palm leaves are removed from the houses at Elpanam, and another performance is held, called Kiriam Ngarit Roitaoka, dance for clearing up coconut rubbish. Next morning, sports and a little wrestling takes place. Finally, the people invite some of the Mafais of adjacent villages to give a performance and entertain them with gifts and feasting. The ceremony is called Afai Tapoya or Mafai Tapira, Grand Mafai Dance. When it is concluded, some other village is challenged to a canoe race, and a dance and feast follow. With this ends the festival of Kana On. When everything is over, they carefully gather together the jawbones of the pigs that have been killed in every house, fasten them to a long rattan, and hang them up in the public building of Elpanam. In this way, a comparison is made between past and present wealth, and proof is afforded of the splendor of a ceremony that impoverishes many of the hosts for years to come. The following is an account of the ceremony of Anula or Ula Kopa as it was actually carried out in the village of Lapati on the east coast of Nicobar. It was preceded by the usual festival of Kana On. Of the Takuis, polluted ones, who were engaged in digging the graves, the men wore white loincloths and the women petticoats of a similar color. The graveyard was thickly screened by cocoa palm leaves. All the big houses of Elpanam and the cooking huts in the village were so thickly covered with leaves that no breeze could penetrate. A wall of palm leaves and 4 temporary huts were erected in each corner, that the Takuis might take refreshment. Several pieces of white calico and turkey red cloth were kept in these houses for wrapping up the bones. Those graves to be left untouched were covered with white cloth and neatly decorated. Whilst each grave was being opened, one of the Tamiluanas stood at the head and fanned it with a bunch of devil-expelling leaves, and another man kept in readiness a palm spade and piece of white calico. When the grave digger took out the skull, it was cleaned by hand, carefully rolled in the calico, and placed in the spade. All the other bones were then collected in the same spade, which was taken away and placed over large yams scattered below the dead house, where it was wrapped and bound with red and white calico. About 50 graves were opened, and the bones similarly treated. A few bundles were reinterred, but the others were taken away to a place called Kufente, place of pollution, where they were opened, the bones thrown away, and the cloth torn to rags. After this, the grave diggers went to the sea and washed their hands and legs, and a few bathed entirely. The following is an account of the observance of Katap Hung, or lighting the Elpanam. For several days, a number of young men and women are engaged in cleaning out Elpanam. During this process, they are not allowed to touch eatables meant for others, nor may they enter the village as they are considered polluted while at work. When it is over, the women collect all the coconut husks they can obtain and arrange them in lines about the Elpanam and round the houses in it. The nuts are set fire to after sunset, and the people pass the night in singing and dancing in several groups, lighted by the fires. Whenever they feel tired, they eat, the proper food for the occasion being land crabs, which have been collected during the previous week. A spittoon of palm leaf is placed in the center of each group, and into it go all the cherut ends and betel nut quids to prevent pollution of the ground of Elpanam, which is now purified and fit for the habitation of spirits. During the dancing, the men cover their loins with a wrapping of plantain leaf, which makes them look like women. The women run about all night keeping the coconut shells alight. About 5 o'clock in the morning, the performance comes to an end, and then a number of women sweep out Elpanam, collecting the ashes and other rubbish which are thrown into the sea. The men with much excitement take the outriggers from the canoes, and placing some of these under the Elpanam houses, bear others to the village, covering all with palm leaves. All portable property, pots, etc. is taken out of the houses in Elpanam, and closing the doors, the people march away to the village. Only the sick and 1 or 2 attendants and those who dug the last grave are left behind. Silence has now to be observed for a month. No fire or light may be seen, and no cherut smoked in the place. Women and children are interdicted from entering, but should they be compelled to do so, they must make no noise, and if at night, must leave their light at the entrance. The people can give no account of the origin of this observance. Some allude to custom, and others say that it is because so many spirits visit the place at this season. 30 days after the festival concludes, a great feast is given to the spirits, and they are sent back to the jungle. Canoes are kept beneath the houses for several months until the festival of Kiala, or fetching food, when they are brought to the beach at Elpanam, corked and made ready for use. On the day of Kiala, the men are out all day with hook and line fishing. When they return in the evening with their catch, each immediately offers as a sacrifice to the canoe a mixture of chopped fish and other materials. Each are made into a paste and applied to the vessel. The fish they have caught are skewered on bamboo and roasted. Those unable to go during the day set out at night with torches prepared for the occasion. Next day is Anoi Ila, a holiday, and in the morning all assemble in the houses at Elpanam and partake collectively of the roasted fish with other things. Then they sleep till evening and do no work. A day following closely is Enwan Mi, fishing again for the children. As a rule, the fish caught on the first expedition is all consumed at the general banquet, but this is taken to the houses and eaten there. A holiday again follows. To attract the fish to their shores, it is customary for the villagers to erect on the beach at Elpanam, when the sea is calm, a number of long bamboos decorated with leaves, etc. This practice is called Maya Kufka Maka. Papa is going this way to fetch fish. The poles remain for 4 days, and after they are removed, the large canoes obtained at Chora are fed, Mia up, and fowls are offered to them in sacrifice. Sacrifice is generally offered to these canoes thrice in each month, on seeing the new moon, at full moon, and on the waning of the moon. A ceremony called Ramal is held in honor of the safe return of the canoes that periodically make the customary voyages to Chora for pottery. It consists of feasting, dancing, and singing, as do most of the Nicobarese observances. These songs and dances are composed some time before the events and carefully practiced during the interval. The ceremony of Gnunata is held on behalf of those drowned during this annual voyage to Chora, and is practiced instead of burial and the ceremony of Kana on occasions when the bodies are not available. The death of a Nicobarese, when absent, is regarded with much great concern than when such an event takes place at home. This is quite in accordance with European feeling. A belief that the Chora men are great exponents of wizardry is deeply rooted throughout the group. One of the Moose canoes having been lost on the return from that island, the Tamiluanas told the people that the Chora men had a grudge against the people of Moose, which however they did not like to satisfy in the island, but caused the visitors to be destroyed while at sea by means of the black art, through which a tempest was raised during their return voyage. The Tamiluanas possessed the power of conversing with the spirits of the dead, and they informed the village that they had seen this deceased party, who stated that they had perished from hunger and now wanted meals. Moose, therefore, was ordered to offer sacrifice, and accordingly the people contributed spoons, forks, clothes, and silverware, besides killing pigs and preparing meals in each house. After the sacrifice, Gunonota, had been made, the Tamiluanas gave out that all the souls were satisfied with the meals and other things, but that Davy Jones, the leader of the unfortunate party, was displeased with the offering. Feasts are partaken of, and sacrifices made in the graveyard in honor of deceased ancestors, whose spirits sometimes reveal themselves to the Tamiluanas. These occasions are called Malahal. A series of festivals indulged in begins with a day called Kewi Appa. On this day the people of Moose clear a portion of the jungle in the interior and decorate the spot with palm leaves, bringing from it Sia, the devil, to Elpanam. All the houses at Elpanam and the space there are decorated. The people of Arong, a neighboring village, and Moose then go there and take part in a performance lasting all night, for which they have practiced during the past month. Other villages come as spectators and guests. The next morning there is a feast at which special materials are pigs and jungle crabs. When it is over, a wrestling match closes the ceremony. On the third and following days, all the people and those of the neighboring villages are engaged in preparing for the feast of Kial, to which many villages come as guests. The day preceding the feast of Kial is called Munung Ren, or Day of Preparation. Poles are brought from the jungle, tied round the houses at Elpanam, and covered with tender palm leaves, while new cooking places are prepared below each house. The interior of the houses and the compounds are decorated. From sunrise till dark, the women are busy preparing kusuhu, a confection of yams, green and ripe plantains, coconut, and oil. And meanwhile, the men sing songs in honor of the large canoes, which, kept for the past month in the interior, are brought to Elpanam, immersed in the sea, and decorated. Next day is the day of Kial, or taking food. From morning till night, the people are engaged in feasting their guests, in dining together in groups, and in sending to their friends and neighbors kusuhu, pork and fowls. At midday, a cry of supplication is heard from each building. Let our house be always supplied with abundance of food. Let us have many edible gifts from other villages. Let there come new women to our village. Let us be happy. This day is one of much rejoicing, for the natives consider the kusuhu one of their greatest delicacies. Next day is called Anoi Ila, Day of Rest for the people. Then, the 8th after Kewi Appa, comes the day Hachu, on which they take back the devil to the jungle with more ceremony. Having returned from this, they engaged in a hunt with the aid of dogs for jungle pigs. The day following is Anoi Ila. On the next, a second big hunt takes place, and finally, one more day of rest ends the festival. Maya, or Vani El Kui, means top decoration, and for this, long green bamboos are brought from the jungle and encircled with leaves from top to bottom. They are then fixed round the graveyard at Elpanam to the accompaniment of ceremonies led by the Tamiluanas, with spirit exercising paraphernalia. During the 3 days following, the people prepare 2 large rafts of canoe shape and equip them with sails of palm leaf, dry palm leaf torches, and bunches of devil-expelling leaves. This work is done by the young men and women, the Tamiluanas and other elderly people being engaged meanwhile in singing by turns through night and day in one of the houses at Elpanam. The Tamiluanas frequently come down and walk along the beach with their exercising rods and forbid the devil to enter the village. The fourth day is called Yintovna Siya, expelling the devil by sails. In the evening, the whole of the village assembles at Elpanam with bunches of devil-expelling leaves, the women with baskets of ashes in addition. A number of men with an escort of Tamiluanas carry one of the floats to the sea on the right side of the cemetery and propel it some distance from the shore. When they return, another body of men dispatches the other craft from the left side of the graveyard. The bearers, on reaching shore, are supplied with bundles of leaves, and as soon as the vessels reach deep water, the women throw ashes from the shore, and the whole crowd shouts, "Fly away, devil, fly away, never come again, never come again." Then all the decorated bamboos are removed, one after another, and all the leaves thrown into the sea from each bamboo. As it is taken down, the devil is expelled. Should the canoes sail off towards Chora, much rejoicing is occasioned. One seems to contain an evil, the other a benignant spirit. The latter may possibly return and inform the Tamiluanas that the devil has reached Chora, and in token of this, there will be found near the graveyard a new Chora pot, a chicken, a paddle, or similar objects. If this occurs, there is a day of rejoicing called Amhai, when pigs and fowls are offered as a sacrifice to the conquering spirit, and a grand feast and dance take place at night. This is an annual ceremony, commemorated in turn by all the village, but unfortunately, as with other customs and ceremonies, the islanders, whose knowledge of their origin is limited, can give no clear reason for its inception, although there must be a perfectly adequate one, and state only that they do it because it is custom. Festivals called Maya and Inturga are also commemorated to drive the jungle devils into the sea. One of the most effectual means of exorcising devils is by fanning with leaves. The most racing canoe, having returned to the village soon after a death had taken place there, was not received in the usual manner. 2 elderly men who were on the beach waiting ran down before the canoe could touch the shore, hurriedly brushed it and the men in it with brooms. Then they brought the canoe ashore and fanned it with cocoa palm leaves, so that the dead man's ghost might not take possession. When the northeast monsoon sets in, the sea is very rough on the east side, and many people become seriously ill, the result being that there are always a great number of deaths than usual in that part of the island. All the villages there situated accordingly take in hand the process of Tanangla, which signifies support or prevention. In this, they fence Elpanam with palm leaves and festoon the houses and pathways with various kinds of shrubs and grasses. They also prepare huge images in human form by twisting palm leaves round logs of wood and place these about their houses. An old man lost his teeth, and to celebrate the fact, gave a great feast to a large body of people who came to it from other villages. The giver was adorned with silver wire from head to foot, and made to sit in a kantera, Mafai's chair, in honor of his departed grinders. A man was bitten by a snake with serious consequences. When he recovered, he invited his friends to a feast, and performed the ceremony of Keluing Allah, which consisted in waving a lighted palm leaf torch round his head. The natives apparently possess the right to assume various social distinctions at will. There is a class of men named Sanokov, which numbers many individuals in its ranks. Sanokov seems to mean a bashful or delicate person. These men will not eat any food cooked by others, neither will they use well water, nor partake of pigs and chickens reared in the village, as they consider these unclean. The water they require they obtain either from a jungle stream or by collecting rain. They will not drink toddy made from trees near the village, but draw it from distant palms. Everything is partaken of from special vessels. Toddy is sucked from a bamboo through a reed, of which the mouth end is capped with a larger as soon as the drink is finished. They are, however, willing to accept bread, biscuits, and rum from others, but the latter is drunk from a new coconut shell and never from a glass. The whole proceeding seems to be a variant of the Hindu institution of caste. The Mafai is another peculiarity of the Nicobar social organization. The Nicobarese take great interest in the creation of Mafais, and in conducting Maasai performances. They give much of their property, time, and labor to a Maasai and look on him as somewhat sacred. He is a man who, recovering from a serious illness, decides to do no work for some time to come. In fact, he continues to be an invalid and henceforth neither obtains nor cooks food, but is supported by the community. The word Ma means sir and is used to indicate one who is superior and is employed as a term of respect towards men and women of some age. The chief of a village, the head of a family, or parents are styled Ma. Fai means inspired. Ma Fai therefore means an inspired man, that is a seer. A person may, at the first stage of his recovery from a severe and long-standing illness or an attack of delirium, inform his relatives that he has received a revelation and therefore desires to become a Maasai. This is communicated to the Tamiluanas, and they, as well as other elderly people of the village, assemble in his house and after making a formal examination, pronounce the verdict, Tafuknu Chuat, sunken eyes. A preliminary ceremony is then performed, called Hanata, adorning the invalid. They spread round his couch devil-expelling leaves from mal, and decorate the cane wall of the house at his side with festoons, tassels, beads, wire, garlands, etc., placing near him spoons, forks, and other electro-plated ware, with a few bottles of toddy. They twist silver wire about his neck, arms, and legs, and adorn him with necklaces, tassels, breastplate, and armlets made of silver coins, and then place him in a large decorated chair with a Chinese straw hat on his head. A silver-handled stick, scepter of the Tamiluana, and a small dagger to kill the devil are given him, together with a bottle of toddy, furnished with a hollow reed to suck the liquid through. He is now proclaimed a Maasai, and information is sent to his friends and relatives in other villages, who all come with presents to see the holy man. From this time forward, until he is thoroughly recovered, the people of his village, with other friends and relatives, provide his food and other necessaries by turns. This they do on a liberal scale. There is a performance every night in the village, lasting till midnight, during which he sits on a chair in the midst of the ring of dancers, who sometimes he may join. This exercise is to increase his strength, and he is freely supplied with toddy, as it is considered a tonic. From time to time his neighbors take him, sometimes spontaneously and sometimes by invitation, from house to house and village to village in procession, and give performances. Ayu Akare is one of these, and means going to a feast adorned with jewels. He never walks, but is always carried in a kantera, chair, which in shape resembles a palanquin, covered with chins and decorated with spoons, forks, and soup ladles. The chair is borne by 12 strong men. The spectacle of a returning Maasai and his party is extremely comical, for besides being fatigued by the night's exertions, everyone is completely intoxicated. The people venerate the Maasai exceedingly and take him at midnight to the sick, that he may heal them by touch or by shampooing, when he pretends to extract gravel and stones from the bodies of the invalids. So matters continue until the Maasai considers himself strong enough to work for his living, when, with the approval of the Tamiluanas, he resigns his Maasai-ship called Luinj Lare Maasai, undressing the Maasai. The same man may eventually become a Tamiluana, one who chases devils, or he may become Yom Up and Yom Elpanam, that is grandfather or guardian of Chora canoes and guardians of Elpanam. The Maasai is a peg on which many festivals and customs are hung. The following ceremony is one as occasionally carried out in the village of Mos. It is called Amutna Kuv, revealing to the invalid. The Tamiluanas of the village decorate themselves and go to a place called Mal, outside the village, and there clear a certain spot in the midst of thick bush. They take with them a few yards of red cloth, a cage containing a score of fowls, a basket of pork and other things, and hide all under different bushes at some distance from the cleared spot. To it, with a number of followers, they lead the Maasai in procession, and a dance with singing is held. While the party in general is dancing, the Tamiluanas take the Maasai apart to one of the bushes and point out to him one of the concealed articles, telling him that it is a gift miraculously sent him by a deceased relative. All then return and join the dancing party. This action is repeated until all the articles are pointed out to the Maasai. The red cloth is then torn into strips and distributed to the men for loincloths, and all the other objects are taken to the Maasai's house, while afterwards the people renew the singing and dancing for the whole night. The site and marl the people consider to be something like Hades, and they believe that the spirits of the dead, immediately after life is ended, take up their abode in it. Consequently, they never approach it on ordinary occasions, nor do they gather coconuts from the place, though the palms grow there thickly. When a person becomes ill, or when it is desired to expel the devil from anyone, the Tamiluanas first resort there to consult with their household spirits or familiars, and to obtain devil-expelling leaves. In the event of their attempts failing, they go to another spot in distant jungle called Pasa, a former settlement of the Moose people, where they suppose the souls of their ancestors sojourn. The burial ceremony is peculiar, and the whole motive of it seems to be that if the corpse return to the village, the ghost will be able to accompany it and haunt the place. If a death should occur in the village proper, the natives, after conveying the corpse to the dead house in El Panam, for fear of the spirit, barricade themselves for a time in their houses and keep fires burning before the doors. When a car Nicobarese becomes moribund, he is taken to the dead house, or house of pollution, and there left to die with bunches of devil-exorcising leaves about his bed. After the end has come, all friends bring a piece of cotton in which the corpse is swathed, subsequent to being washed in coconut water. It is then lifted by two men, and while kept in an upright position, lowered down the ladder and delivered to a number of friends waiting below, who try to prevent its burial. These, with the intention of returning it to the house occupied in life, attempt to bear it towards the village, but the movement is opposed by the rest of the community, who are in the majority. Much struggling takes place about the corpse, and it is very roughly handled, but at length it is forced towards the burial ground and flung violently into the grave. Sucking pigs and fowls are then killed, and after blood from them is sprinkled over the body, are placed beneath the arms and legs. The grave is then filled up, and on the third day is decorated and marked by 3 bamboos, to which young coconuts are fastened for the purpose of engrossing the attention of the ghost. The house of mourning is also covered with young cocoa palm leaves and sprinkled with sacrificial pig's blood. After the death of a person, houses, canoes, and the ground about the village are covered with palm leaves to prevent the ghost from entering. Theoretically, all the possessions of the deceased are destroyed, but the practice is now confined to personal property, as spoons, dhows, clothes. Some of his pigs are killed, and few cocoa palms cut down, and on rare occasions his house is burnt, or unroofed and left deserted. What remains goes to the children. There is no belief in a future state, but it is thought that for a time the ghost will haunt the vicinity. For some days after a death, the Tamiluanas institute ceremonies for the purpose of expelling the ghost from the village. Tall bamboos festooned with palm leaves and cotton are erected on the shore at El Panam, and the Tamiluanas take their place beneath. After scattering stones and ashes, they run about, uttering a mouse-like squeak the while, until they capture the spirit and imprison it in a bunch of leaves. Several men then grasp the bunch, and placing in it a small figure made in human likeness of cocoa palm leaf, twist up the whole and throw it into the sea. From time to time, villages go through ceremonials somewhat similar, for the purpose of expelling such devils as may be haunting the place. Shaving the head is sometimes indulged in as a sign of mourning, together with frequent bathing and abstinence from work. A man will also change his name to show grief at the loss of a friend, and will take another title if it comes to his knowledge that a namesake, even a comparative stranger, is dead. It was customary for widows to have one of their fingers cut off, and if they refused to submit to the operation, the posts and doorways of their houses were gashed and notched. Accounts of two interments, which differed somewhat from the usual practice, may be worth giving here. The first is that of a distant headman of Savi, who was buried with much pomp. The corpse was dressed in a good suit of English clothes, and silver wire was wound about it from head to feet. This was because he was once a Maffei, and the usual ceremony of luinge lare, renunciation of the character, had not been performed. Upon the wire 32 pairs of spoons and forks were placed crosswise. Necklaces made of 2 anna pieces, 240 to each, and $2 were attached to head and neck, and the body was wrapped in 40 yards of red cloth. The corpse was then borne in procession by 24 men and women to the house of the relatives, contrary to custom, and was then taken to the graveyard. 2 very large and 4 ordinary pigs were burnt alive as a sacrifice, and 7 pigs and 8 chickens were buried with the body after their blood had been sprinkled over the corpse. The following night, the ceremony of Fota el Mot, wiping away tears, was performed, on which occasion 50 pigs and 20 fowls were slaughtered to feed the guests, and 32 pairs of spoons and forks, necklaces of silver coin and wire, and teakwood boxes full of the dead man's property were broken up and thrown into the sea. Again, on the 8th day, the final mourning ceremony was gone through, when in honor of the 13 villages of the island, 13 pairs of spoons and forks and sundry other articles were destroyed, and the guests were entertained at a feast of equal munificence to that they had shortly before taken part in. The second case is that of a man nearly 100 years old, who owned a third part of the village of Lapati. The body was neatly wrapped in cloths under a curtain in the dead house. A sort of open coffin about 7 feet long and 4 feet wide was made, and 6 thick green canes were fastened to it, 3 to the head and 3 to the foot, each cane about 50 yards long. When all was ready, the coffin was drawn into the dead house up a sloping plank, and when the corpse had been placed within, 2 women got in and lay on either side of the body, embracing it with their arms. When the coffin was lowered to the ground, 2 big men also laid themselves down in it. The large Elpanum was filled with a crowd of about 1,000 people, young and old, from other villages. Of these, 100 from the southern and 100 from the northern villages seized the long canes at either end and dragged the coffin up and down in competition until the canes were broken, when, the grave being dug, the body was buried. This ceremony is performed only when those of the highest repute are interred. Once in every 5 years, the villages in turn remove all their pigs and keep them in sties in the jungle. The surroundings of the village are then offered to the public for cultivating fruit and vegetables, and the people from other villages arrive and make gardens, which are open. There is no need for fencing, since there are no pigs to cause damage. The reason for all this is that after demolishing the Nicobar, sacrifice to the dead, during the festival of Canoe on, the yams and other vegetables and fruits with which they are loaded are scattered about the houses and grow abundantly. To obtain some profit from this unplanned result, this custom has been introduced. The people in general have their large vegetable plantations at a distance, but for immediate use there are some smaller gardens near the village. The Tamiluanas informed the people that in consequence of the flourishing condition of these latter, the devils were angry and might cause the island to be drowned by a deluge, and that to save themselves they should uproot parts of the plants. Accordingly, the greater portion of the yams and other vegetables were destroyed, some of the people doing it willingly, others with discontent. The Nicobarese seem to hold much the same belief with regard to an eclipse as do the Chinese and some of the peoples of India. They think the moon is actually being swallowed by a serpent, and throughout the night both young and old refrain from sleep and occupy themselves in driving the serpent away. Providing themselves with tins and planks, they beat them, causing a tremendous din, and shout, "Alas, alas, do not devour it, let the moon alone and go away." In the buying and selling of the larger canoes, the natives of Chora act as a middleman, seeming to possess a monopoly of intermediation in this business as they do of pottery making. The canoes are not made at Chora. There are no suitable trees on that small island to construct them from. The Chora people obtain them very cheaply from the central groups, where many are made and where others obtained from the southern group are also sold, and sell them again to the Nicobarese, making 4 or 5 times in the transaction what they themselves pay. As the Nicobarese are timid and allow themselves to be bullied by the natives of Chora, who assume an overbearing manner towards them, as well as towards their southern neighbors, all of whom are dependent on them for pots, which cannot be made at any of the other islands, the feeling predominant among the Nicobarese as regards the people of Chora is one of fear, and they evince every desire to avoid incurring their ill will and resentment, even to the point of submitting to be flagrantly cheated in their canoe barter. The extortionate price they have to pay may have something to do with the high value the Nicobarese set on their large canoes. The business of purchasing these is accompanied by its peculiar ceremonies. In an instance at Moose, after busy bargaining for pots and a large canoe, the Chora people in the evening feasted, each man in his friend's house, and then at midnight assembled at the Elpanam with the chief men of Moose, and amused themselves singing songs in turn and partaking of betel nut and toddy. There they got through the preliminaries to purchasing the canoe, and the articles intended as its price were exhibited. After the bargain was closed, the Moose people returned to the village, leaving the Chora men at the house in Elpanam. The articles agreed on were handed over. Next evening a great feast was given to the people of Chora by those of Moose. In each house a young pig was killed for the purpose. At night all the people assembled in a house in Elpanam, and after dining amused themselves singing songs by turns. The Chora people then left the island in the canoe they had sold, for it is the custom to do this, and bring the canoe back on a later occasion. They were provisioned for the voyage by the village of Moose. The dances of the Nicobarese are always held at the open ground of Elpanam, with a mafai, a fire or a trophy of spoons and forks as a center. The people form large circles or parts of circles according to their numbers and move slowly round to left and to right. The sexes dance separately, the one ring within the other, or join the ends of their chains to form one large circle, but form up very compactly, each person grasping his neighbor's shoulder with outstretched arms intertwined. The dance is somewhat monotonous and consists of 2 or 3 steps sideways and a pause, with a stamp with the foot or a swing of the body, and then the same movement in the reverse direction, and so on, over and over again, to the accompaniment of the performers' songs. The refreshments partaken of are coconuts, tobacco, and toddy. The latter is supplied in large quantities and gives rise to much intoxication, which however only seems to result in increased friendliness and a drunken sleep. When a quarrel takes place, the participators often seek revenge in destroying each other's coconut trees, but in severe cases a man will probably burn his own house down. Possibly this is done on the supposition that the enemy will suffer more from self-reproach at having been the cause of the destruction than from any other form of punishment he could undergo. Or possibly it is a mild instance of a peculiar form of amok, to a variation of which curious psychological state the Nicobarese are undoubtedly subject on occasions when they consider themselves injured. Several instances that have been recorded of kindred occurrences will perhaps best illustrate this conduct and idiosyncrasy. 1. A man named Kahungta purchased some things from the traders on the responsibility of another man named Tumilo. As the traders pressed Tumilo for immediate payment, he urged Kahungta to settle the matter with coconuts forthwith. Kahungta was enraged at this and killed several of his own pigs, and also set fire to his own house. He threatened, in addition, to kill anyone who approached, and kept a thou in hand for that purpose. Lorenzo therefore went to the owner of a gun and begged that Kahungta might be killed. This request was not granted, and in the end the headmen of various villages succeeded in reconciling the two, and obtained from Kahungta a promise of good behavior. Such cases, however, do not always end so tamely as in this instance. 2. About noon, Ofandi, the headman of Moose, came to my hut with a paddle in his hand, which he was trying to break, muttering at the same time, "I am a very rich man. All this land and everything in it is mine. You were a very poor man, and I gave you land. gardens, houses, and many other things. You now call me a liar, and so I am angry, and am going to dig up a grave." He repeated this over and over again, and would not say anything else. I was quite puzzled, and could not understand what he meant. I asked if he was angry with me, and he said, "Yes, I am angry, and there is another man." While this was going on, his wife and a number of men and other women came running after him from the village. As soon as he saw the crowd, he hastily broke the paddle in my hut and ran off with the handle to the burial ground and began to dig at the grave of his late father. The crowd ran off to the burial ground, caught hold of him, and tried to drag him out of the place. A regular struggle commenced, and the women began to cry out, some, we fear," others, "Don't pollute us." The Burmese and other traders looked on from a distance with great surprise. As the matter began to grow serious, I went across and ordered Offandi in a commanding tone to leave the place and come away at once. He came away quietly enough to my hut, and the crowd with him. After some inquiry, he said that friend of England had insulted him, and therefore he wanted to open the grave of his, Offandi's father, and throw the bones into the sea, adding, "This man was a very poor man once. My dead father patronized and gave him land, garden, and everything, but now he calls my father a liar, and so he must be punished." I then sent word to all the chief men of the village and told them to come over to my place that night. Accordingly, at about 7 o'clock, all the people, including the parties of the dispute and the Kahukachan, village judge, assembled. And as this was a family quarrel, I asked the judge to investigate the case and settle the matter according to their own customs. A good deal of argument then took place between Offandi and friend of England. The crowd, acting as jurors, gave their opinion, and at last the judge made a long speech in which he pointed out the faults of both parties and ended the case by ordering them to be reconciled. Friend of England apologized to Offandi, admitting his bad language, and the latter forgave him, everybody departing quite satisfied. The origin of the affair was that Offandi and friend of England, with few others, jointly cleared a spot in the jungle to make a garden. David Jones, a cousin of the former's and a junior partner in the concern, wished to plant only coconut shoots, a plan to which friend of England raised an objection, as he wanted to grow only yams and other eatables. Offandi tried to intercede on behalf of David Jones on the plea that the land was given him by his deceased father, and therefore he was at liberty to plant what he liked to the allotment. Then it appeared that friend of England said, "Your father was a liar." Being enraged by this, Offandi rejoined, "Shall I dig up the bones of my father and throw them into the sea?" A very great indignity and bad omen to the party causing it. Friend of England replied, "Yes, you had better," and hence the trouble. The cases of amok that occurred among the Malayan peoples are, as often as not, the outcome of ill health and long continued brooding over some imaginary or trifling insult. Similar occurrences happen from time to time among the Nicobarese, and as they are an almost exact parallel, they possibly afford material proof as to the Malayan affinities of these people. Sam Tat Yon was always a loafer who obtained his food gratis from the traders at Malacca and slept in any bazaar he could. At dawn one morning, Osman, an old man, a servant of Yusuf Hussein, got up from his bed and went to the beach, and while returning to his hut, saw Sam Tat Yon coming out of it with an axe in his hand. Osman called out to Ali Hussein and Yusuf Hussein, both foreign traders, and told them what he had seen, and Sam Tat Yon, hearing this, dropped the axe, and with a small American knife kept for husking coconuts, attempted to kill both Ali and Yusuf. They, however, got beneath the floor of the hut and made their escape, the former with a slight wound. Sam Tat Yon then fell upon old Osman and slew him with his knife. He next went up to some Burmans who were gambling and dispersed them after doing one of them some slight injury. Sam Tat Yon then ran off to the village of Perka. At Perka there was sleeping in a house his brother, a man named Kicheti, one Chestu Chulia, and some women and children. Sam Tat Yon entered, closed the door, and stabbing his brother first in the chest and then in the abdomen, killed him. At the first cry of Kicheti, Chestu Julia and others got up, and giving the alarm, tried to snatch away the knife. Some women from a neighboring house then came and helped to arrest the murderer, whose own wife, one of those arriving to rescue Chestu Julia, was wounded in the struggle. The populace not unnaturally wanted to kill Samtatyon on the spot, but they were prevailed upon to keep him for trial. Not being accustomed to guarding prisoners, and not liking to keep him in any of their houses, lest they should become polluted, they prepared a strong wooden cage, similar to those made for pigs that are to be slaughtered, and left the man in it with his hands tied. The Nicobarese fear the presence of a desperado, and are too ignorant to know how to guard him, and for these reasons they always kill the man of whom they entertain fear. After 3 or 4 days of the cage, Samtatyon became quite subdued, and answered any inquiries about the occurrence. He fully admitted his behavior, but attributed no cause to it. He simply said that he had been unwell for the last month, and could not take his meals properly, that he was unable to drink coconut milk, but lived upon warm water, and that he had not slept for several nights. In such a state of health, he lost his senses, and therefore committed the crime. He stated that the Mussulman who was killed by him was not an enemy, but on the other hand, he and all the traders were his friends. Regarding his brother, he said that he had been kind to him. The proceedings of a man who wishes to obtain a name as a wizard are rather curious. He will, for instance, frequent pig wallows, and sitting in the mud, collect the bristles left there by the pigs when cooling themselves. Or again, he visits the graveyard at night and disturbs the graves. He generally lives by himself in the jungle, doing no work but stealing pigs, chickens, and coconuts from others. Having made a reputation for witchcraft, he is held in much fear by the community. But to balance this advantage, if they consider themselves injured by his practices, it is not impossible that they may some day combine and murder him. Besides ridding themselves of an unpleasant neighbor, it would seem that they also hope by such an action to cause the destruction of an evilly disposed spirit. 1. Tamkoi, son of Katha, having beaten a countryman to death in Chora, made the following statement. Kanunla, a Menluana, medicine man and sorcerer, is addicted to sodomy and theft. He bewitched my father, who became very ill. I sent for Kumanla to come and shampoo my father, who gradually got worse. I became enraged with the Menluana and waited until he got on the ladder of my hut, when I struck him on the left side of the neck so that he fell down. I went down and struck him again thrice, and he died. I then went and told my neighbors Kamrang Piko, Okio, Chair, and Tachoy what I had done, and asked them to help me remove the corpse, which we took in a canoe and threw into the sea. Kanunla did not make a noise. No one knew of this at the time because it was in the evening and very dark. The villagers knew of it in the following morning. From the diary of Mr. Obed Elias. 2. Tekwa was the adopted son of Iskol's father and was always living in Iskol's house. Eventually, he became a thief and robbed the people of their fowls and pigs, and he was supposed to be a devil man or wizard. It happened that a man named Sutro died after suffering a long time from dysentery and consumption, and it was supposed by Iskol and his friends that Tekwa was the cause of this death. Tekwa perceived this and hid himself in a place called Haton. But 3 days later, Iskol and his friends Natla, Sundran, and Navi, after consulting together, brought him thence to a place called Ranai, where after giving him toddy, they killed him by strangling him with a rope, subsequent to breaking his joints at the knees and elbows. The same night they buried the corpse in Kofente, place of pollution, near the graveyard, and a day or two later killed a couple of pigs as a ransom or sacrifice. The reason for these murders or popular sentences, when not because of witchcraft, seems to be somewhat obscure, but can possibly be found in a general dislike for the victim, or for some act or event with which he is associated. A woman of Kenuaka had been shot to death with arrows by her fellow villagers. She was suffering badly from secondary syphilis and was very poorly off, but the reason given as the immediate cause of her death was the untimely delivery of a stillborn child. The body was buried in the usual manner, and everybody contributed cloth to wrap the corpse in according to custom. A double murder took place in the village of Perka, whose headman was named Kannyana. The victims who were detested by the village were put to death because of their misconduct. 6 men participated in the affair, but as there was no idea among the natives that they should be punished, no one could be brought to point them out to the agent. The testimony of witnesses showed the light in which they were regarded. Tamikal, wife of one of the deceased, stated, "On a certain night, while I was sitting at the entrance of my house, my husband was angry with me and attempted to thrash me. I cried aloud. Then suddenly a lot of men, armed with sticks, came into the house and commenced to beat the dead man. I was afraid and ran away, and cannot say what happened further, nor could I recognize any of the assailants. I am glad, however, that the 2 men were killed, for they were wicked men." Kokali, son of one of the deceased, seconded the statements of his mother and said, "I am glad that they were killed. They were very bad men. Village now enjoys peace." The culprits were finally apprehended, and one of them, Ringang Maring, grasping a stick, cried in great anger, "Why do you call me here? I am the man who killed those wicked villains with the very stick I have now in my hand. Do you wish to handcuff me and carry me to Port Blair? Do so if you like, but you must not take Ma," pointing to the chief Kannyana. The Nicobarese possess much affection for their chiefs and also value their Tamilwanas highly. When one of the latter was being taken to Port Blair because of misconduct, the headman of his village entreated that 2 other men might be substituted for the doctor. Suicide is not recognized as an institution of Nicobarese life, but cases of it do occur somewhat occasionally. Pinreta was a good man, very rich, and had no wife nor any enemies, and therefore his fellow villagers could show no cause for the occurrence. One day his servant boy, who was sleeping in the cookhouse, was aroused by a noise as of a pig being beaten. Going down the ladder to see what was happening, he noticed that the pigsty was in flames, and that a pig had been killed, and then he saw Pinreta, who, standing below the cookhouse, axe in hand, threatened to murder him. The boy ran off to the jungle where people were making a garden, and they, returning with him, found that Pinreta, after setting fire to both his houses, had thrown himself into the flames and was burned to death. While the negotiations were going on for the plot of land on which the schoolhouse and agent's bungalow stand, it was found that in buying land in Car Nicobar, the bargain must be made with the chief, as overlord of all the land in the village, but that he on his part is bound to share the proceeds with all who are interested in it. The price fixed on for the piece in question, about 8 1/4 acres, was 12 black suits, 1 piece of red cloth, 6 bags rice, 20 packets Chinese tobacco, and 12 bottles rum. These things were distributed amongst the people of the village by the headman Ofandi, who retained nothing for himself, but for some time subsequently he was in bad odor for having given up the land to the government, and for a long period the agency was looked on with much disfavor. The Nicobarese have a deeply rooted aversion to the settlement of strangers in their midst, and more than once have expelled from their island intruding missionaries. Nowadays great discontent is caused by the traders leaving agents to carry on business during the southwest monsoon, when the weather is not suitable for vessels to remain amongst these islands. The habit of the natives have of using their crossbows in the immediate neighborhood of the village is sometimes productive of fatal accidents. 2 men were shouting at Savi, and one of them, having shot at a bird and missed, the arrow in falling pierced the chest of his friend, who had run forward to recover it. Several similar mischances have occurred recently in Moose. In the latest, a lad named Sinkin shot at a bird, and his arrow, glancing from a tree, struck a man, Canoe, and entered his side, causing a serious but not fatal wound. The not infrequent mishaps that occur on the annual canoe voyages undertaken by the Nicobarese to Chora have much to do with the stationary condition of the population of the island. Canoes containing 30 to 40 men are regularly sent out by the villages of the island, and when they meet with bad weather A total loss is not an uncommon occurrence. During the months of October, November, and December, the first half of the northeast monsoon or fine season, the people of Nicobar live a busy life. At first, they are engaged in husking the coconuts which are to be exported to Calcutta and Moulmein. The wages they obtain for this work are the value of 100 nuts for husking 1,000 nuts. They are generally paid in cloth or 2-anna bits, which are utilized by manufacture into head or neck ornaments. Next, they are employed in landing the goods of the Burmese copra makers and in carrying the same to their villages. For as no ships can anchor on the northeast coast during the season, everything has to be transported by the natives. The people of Moose carry the things of those traders who own stores in their villages. In like manner, the villagers of Malacca go to Sawi Bay and carry the goods of those Burmans who dwell amongst them. They are remunerated according to the following scale. For carrying a 3-mon bag of rice, A. From Hog Point, northwest of Sawi Bay, to El Panam at Moose, China tobacco 2 packets, and rice 2 pounds. B. Kenmai, 3 packets of China tobacco, and 2 pounds of rice. C. Lapati, 4 packets of China tobacco, and 4 pounds of rice. D. Tapoming Chokchuacha Kenuaka, 5 packets of China tobacco, and 4 pounds of rice. E. Tamalu, 6 packets of China tobacco, and 4 pounds of rice. F. Perka, 7 packets of China tobacco, and 4 pounds of rice. G. Malacca, 8 packets of China tobacco, and 4 pounds of rice. It costs a trader about 30 rupees to transport 1 cartload of goods from Moose to Malacca. When this work is done, the Nicobarese are employed in erecting huts to serve the traders as bazaars. Each hut is built by contract by one man with the help of friends, and on its completion the owner has to give the contractor 14 to 20 yards of red cloth, a Burmese betel box, and a dhow. Besides this, has to supply the men with food until the work is finished. After the hut has been built, the natives proceed to make a fence round a small compound in order to prevent pigs from destroying the stores of copra. For this they are remunerated separately. While some are thus engaged, others take passages in such of the trading vessels as go to Kamutta and other islands in order to assist in husking coconuts and making copra, work for which they receive 1 nut in 10. These opportunities are much desired by the natives, since they are at liberty to take home with them any number of chora pots, rattans, bamboos, paddles, and canoes, and masters of trading boats are glad to employ the Nicobarese, for the people of the other islands are too indolent to collect and prepare the nuts, but sell them on the trees. While the men are so occupied, the women and children are busy helping the traders to make copra, and for this service they are fed twice daily and receive presents at the termination of the work. Careful accounts are kept by the Nicobarese of their transactions and coconuts by means of a tally stick, Kenrata Cook, Nicobar, on which all the nuts that pass from them to the traders are registered by various kinds of notches. A regular account is kept of the months so that festivals may be held in proper season, and a daily account is kept of a child's age until the time arrives for piercing its ears, an operation taking place soon after the first year. Note: since this chapter was printed, I have learned that the Anthropological Society has made use of V. Solomon's diaries in a paper appearing in their journal for July 1902. It is perhaps well to say here that neither the Society nor myself was aware that the same material was about to be subject for publication elsewhere. CBK. End of section 20. Section 21 of In the Andamans and Nicobars by C. Boden Kloss. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fauna of the Andamans and Nicobars. Previous to entering into any details of the fauna of the Andamans and Nicobars, a glance at the depths of the surrounding ocean is interesting, and to a great extent explanatory of the peculiarities occurring in both groups. It is well known that the soundings of the adjacent seas clearly indicate the extent of time during which masses of land have been isolated, and the facts of this case seem to fully explain the variation and numerous peculiarities of the local fauna. Preparis Island is situated at the tail of 100-fathom, to be more particular 50-fathom, bank projecting from the Arakan-Yoma Peninsula. It is continental in its fauna and possesses monkeys and squirrels. Between it and the Cocos Islands is a depth of 150 fathoms. The Andaman group, from Cocos to Little Andaman, except the South Sentinel, which is isolated, all stand on a 100-fathom bank, actually 50 fathoms. All these are connected by a 200-fathom line with the Arakan-Yoma Peninsula. Narkundam and Barren Island both rise from a sea approaching 1,000 fathoms in depth. The Andamans and Nicobars are separated by a channel with depths of 600 fathoms. Soundings about the Nicobars are at present very incomplete, but the archipelago seems capable of division into two groups, each standing on a 100-fathom bank. The northern of these consists of the compactly situated Central Islands and possibly Car Nicobar, and is separated from the southern, Great and Little Nicobar and the adjacent islands, all perhaps surrounded by a 50-fathom line, by a channel with approximate depths of 200 fathoms. The Nicobars stand at the termination of a 1,000-fathom bank projecting from the Arakan-Yoma Peninsula and from thence also curving east and south towards Sumatra, thus enclosing a long tongue of deep sea over 1,000 fathoms deep that is connected with the Indian Ocean by the channel separating them from Sumatra. This deep sea that surrounds the islands everywhere but on the north shows that, so far as need be taken into account for present purposes, they have never been connected with the Malay Peninsula or Sumatra, a condition that is further shown by the almost total absence of any members of the Malayan fauna, although they may at one time have been a prolongation of the Arakan Hills. It cannot, however, be asserted that this latter theory of connection derives prima facie much support from a consideration of their fauna, and if they ever were in uninterrupted communication with the Arakan Hills, it must apparently have been at an immensely distant period, for not only are all the most characteristic species of the Arakan Hills, as we now find them, absent from the islands, but the latter exhibit a great number of distinct and peculiar forms, constituting, where the ornis is concerned, considerably more than 1/3 the number known. Hume, Stray Feathers, Volume 2. From the above details, it is to be inferred that not only have the Nicobars, if ever in connection with the mainland, been longest separated, but that they have also been disconnected among themselves for a great extent of time. At a later period, the Andamans were cut off from the continent, and the process by which they have been broken up into islands is, except in the cases of Narkundam and Barren Island, comparatively recent. This theory is fully borne out by the greatly localized nature of the fauna, nearly every island possessing its own peculiar species of terrestrial mammals. Mammals. The mammalian fauna of the Andamans and Nicobars is now known to consist of 35 positively identified species, 1 subspecies, and 4 others whose status is still doubtful. Of this total of 40 animals, 19 are found in the former, if we leave out a dugong, which though at present reported from the Andamans will certainly be found to occur in the Nicobars, 22 in the latter. Only 2 species are common to both groups, and both these are bats. Pteropus nicobaricus, a white flying species found also in the Malay Peninsula and Java, and P. vampyrus, of which further knowledge will doubtless show that each group possesses its own variety. To the Andamans, 12 species are peculiar, the others being Mus musculus, Felis chaus, whose identification is doubtful, 4 bats, and a monkey, Macacus coininus, in all probability introduced. The Nicobars possess 14 peculiar species and 1 subspecies, and the remaining members are Mus alexandrinus and 6 bats. Not only is the peculiarity marked among the terrestrial, but among the winged animals, which form so large a part of the fauna. Also, of the 7 bats occurring in the Andamans, 3 are endemic, while the same is the case with 5 of the 11 in the Nicobars. Thus, it is to be noted that in the Andamans, all the 11 terrestrial mammals except Mus musculus, Mus coeninus, introduced, and the doubtful Felis chos are peculiar, and also 3 out of 7 bats, while in the Nicobars only 1 species, Mus alexandrinus, of 10 terrestrial, is other than endemic, and of the 11 bats, 5, nearly half, are peculiar. Remarkable as is the state of things with regard to the terrestrial, it is equally notable where the flying mammals are concerned. The most noteworthy features of the fauna are the preponderance of bats, 16 species, and rats, 13 species, which together constitute nearly 3/4 of the total number of mammals known to occur in the islands, and the absence of practically all representatives of the ungulates, squirrels, carnivores, and flying lemurs, which are characteristic of the surrounding regions and abound on other islands at equal distance from the mainland. From the Malayan islands, where these occur, they differ in that they are surrounded by water of relatively great depth, while the others lie within the 50-fathom line. This paucity of mammalian life cannot be regarded as due to an unfavorable environment, since all the natural conditions on both Andamans and Nicobars are perfectly suited to the support of a rich and varied fauna. Yet so great is it that it appears safe to assume that these, contrary to the case with the shallow water islands, were isolated at a time when the mammals, now characteristic of the mainland, did not exist there. In fact, we are almost driven to conclude that they never were at any time a portion of the continent, but were formerly only far nearer to it, far larger, and far more compactly situated. A hypothesis that is further supported by an investigation of the birds appertaining to them. As yet, no species have been discovered whose origin may be referred to the remote period of a land connection. Such mammals as are now known are evidently of very recent origin, as in scarcely an instance has their differentiation progressed further than in the case of members of the same genre found on islands lying in shallow water. The question at once arises, therefore, as to the means by which they have arrived where they now are. Flights from the mainland would readily account for the distribution of the bats, but the presence of other mammals seems impossible to explain otherwise than through the agency of man. With the single exception of Tupai nicobarica, all are types well known to be closely associated with man throughout the Malayan region. Moreover, the period of time necessary to the development of the peculiarities of the native Andamanese would undoubtedly be ample to allow the formation of any of the species known from either group of islands, since in a biologic sense it has been vastly longer to the smaller, more rapidly breeding animals than to man. The introduction, intentional or otherwise, of a pig, a monkey, a palm civet, 2 or 3 species of rats, a shrew, and perhaps also a tree shrew, at about the time when the various islands were peopled by their present human inhabitants, would amply account for the existence of the present mammal fauna with its striking peculiarities. The following tabular summary shows the distribution of the fauna among the islands. The letter A indicates material obtained by Dr. Abbott. The letter R, a previous record. An asterisk denotes occurrence beyond the Andamans and Nicobars. Doubtful species have a note of interrogation placed against them, and those in italics have been described as new from the collections made during the cruise of the Terrapin. Synopsis of the mammalian fauna of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Dugong, Dugon. Andaman Islands, no island specified, R. Sus Andamanenses. Andaman Islands, South Andaman, R. Andaman Islands, Little Andaman, R.A. Sus Nicobaricus. Nicobar Islands, Great Nicobar, A. no island specified, R. Mus musculus, Andaman Islands, South Andaman, R. Mus palmarum, Nicobar Islands, no island specified, R. Mus bowersii, doubtful species, Andaman Islands, no island specified, R. Mus stoicus, Andaman Islands, Henry Lawrence Island, A. Mus taciturnus, Andaman Islands, South Andaman, A. Mus flebilis, Andaman Islands, Henry Lawrence Island, A. Mus andamanensis, Andaman Islands, South Andaman, R.A. Mus puliventa, Nicobar Islands, Great Nicobar, A. Mus atratus, Andaman Islands, Barren Island, A. Mus barus, Nicobar Islands, Trinket Island, A. Mus burulus, Nicobar Islands, Car Nicobar, A. Mus buresians, Nicobar Islands, Great Nicobar. Mus alexandrinus, Andaman Islands, Nicobar Islands, Kamorta Island, A. Paradoxurus titleri, Andaman Islands, South Andaman, R.A. Felis chaus, Andaman Islands, South Andaman, R. Tupia nicobarica nicobarica, Nicobar Islands, Great Nicobar, R.A. Tupia nicobarica surda, Nicobar Islands, Little Nicobar, A. Crocidura nicobarica, Nicobar Islands, Great Nicobar, A. Crocidura andamanensis, Andaman Islands, South Andaman, A. Scotophilus teminci, Nicobar Islands, no island specified, R. Tylonecteris pachipus, Andaman Islands, no island specified, R. Pipistrellus tichelli, Andaman Islands, no island specified, R. Pipistrellus tenuis, Nicobar Islands, no island specified, R. Pipistrellus camorte, Nicobar Islands, Kamorta Island. Miniopterus pusillus, Nicobar Islands, no island specified, R. Rhinolophus andamanensis, Andaman Islands, South Andaman, R. Hipposiderus nicobaricus, Nicobar Islands, no island specified, R. Hipposiderus nicobarule, Nicobar Islands, Little Nicobar, A, no island specified, R. Hipposiderus murinus, Nicobar Islands, no island specified, R. Pteropus nicobaricus, Andaman Islands, Little Jolly Boy, R, no island specified, R. Nicobar Islands, Car Nicobar, R. Kilanchong Island, A. Great Nicobar, A. No island specified, R. Pteropus faunalis, Nicobar Islands, Car Nicobar, A. Pteropus rampirus, Andaman Islands, no island specified, R. Cynopterus brachiotis, Andaman Islands, no island specified, R. Cynopterus brachiosoma, Andaman Islands, South Andaman, R. Cynopterus scherzeri, Nicobar Islands, Car Nicobar, R.A. Macacus coininus, Andaman Islands, South Andaman, R. Macacus ambrosus, Nicobar Islands, Cachal Island, A. Little Nicobar, A. Great Nicobar, A. No island specified, R. The birds of the Andamans and Nicobars have always been better known than the mammals, particularly since Mr. A. O. Hume, with a number of collectors, made a cruise round the islands in a steamer in 1873, which resulted in the discovery of many new species and a careful analysis of the avifauna. In spite of what is to be expected from their position, the islands derive the bulk of their species from the distant Indian region, while the Indo-Burmese and the Indo-Malayan regions are represented to a far less degree. One of the most striking features is the extreme paucity of rosorial birds, peafowl, jungle fowl, pheasants, partridges, or any of the natural genre into which these divide, and which are all well represented in the Arakan Hills. The next point is the highly specialized characteristic of the Ornis, for excluding waders and swimmers, more than a third of the species are peculiar to the islands, while still more remarkable is the extent to which it is localized in the several groups between which is nowhere a break of more than 80 miles. Even more noteworthy are the details. For instance, the Andaman hypothemus, which as a rule is a very distinct form, is replaced in the Nicobars by one which, although not precisely identical with the Indian form, is far more closely allied to this than the Andaman Titleri. Each group has its distinct harrier eagle, red-cheeked paroquet, oriole, sunbird, and bulbul. 2 woodpeckers are peculiar to the Andamans, but neither extends to the Cocos or Nicobars. The latter group possesses 3 distinct but closely allied species of aster, each confined to separate islands. So far as the species not peculiar to the islands are concerned, the influence of the Indian subregion has vastly predominated, and if we look to the genre, the preponderance is still more marked, and thus it seems difficult to avoid the conclusion that the Ornis has altogether a very far stronger affinity with that of the Indian region than with those of either the Indo-Burmese or the Indo-Malayan. Yet this involves great difficulties, for if we take Port Blair as a center, we shall find that its average distance in all directions, north and east from Tenasserim, where the Indo-Malayan fauna predominates, and north of this from the Indo-Burmese subregion, is less than half its distance from the nearest point of the Indian subregion. That so many of the characteristic birds of the Arakan Hills, especially the rosors, should be entirely wanting, we may partly account for by the supposition that the mountains and the chain of islands never were continuous, and that the same agency that raised the Arakan Hills only raised portions of their continuation above the sea level, so that therefore the islands have never been connected with Pegu. If, however, the groups first appeared and have ever since remained as detached islands, it is inconceivable how the great bulk of the work of colonization should have gone on from a region so distant, while so little should have been done from others less than half as far away. Colonization in no ordinary sense, however, can explain these facts, but the case of Sumatra, which although only 80 miles distant from Great Nicobar, and itself the first link of a great chain, teems right up to Acheen Head with species unknown to the Nicobars, is perfectly comprehensible in the light of our knowledge of the deep sea existing between it and these latter islands. If we conclude that the avifauna of the islands of the Bengal Sea is essentially Indian and not Indo-Burmese and Indo-Malayan, we must accept the fact, with the qualification that we find it here in a most imperfect and mutilated form, lacking more or less a large proportion of its characteristic genre, many of which are the strongest and most widely distributed, and to which the climate would appear in every way congenial. List of birds occurring in the Andamans and Nicobars. A denotes occurrence in the Andamans, N in the Nicobars. Corvus macrorhynchus, Wagler, A. Dendrosata bailei, Tytler, A. Zosterops palpebrosa, Temminck, A and N. Irena puella, Latham, A. Autocomsa emeria, Linnaeus, A and N. Aioli nicobarica, Moore, N. Micropus fusiflavescens, Hume, A. Dicrurus annictans, Hodson, N. D. leucogenus, Wald, N. Dicemuroides andamanensis, Tytler, A. D. dicruriformis, Hume, A. D. paradisius, Linnaeus, ANN. Locustula certhiola, Paulus, ANN. L. lanceolata, Temminck, A. Cysticola cursitans, Franklin, N. Arundinix adon, Blythe, ANN. Philoscopus fuscatus, Blythe, A. Acanthopneus magnerostris, Blythe, A. A. borealis blaseus, A. A. lugubris, Blythe, A. A. lugubris, Blythe, A. A. tenelipus, Swinhoe, N. Horornis pallidipus, Blandford, A. Lanius cristatus, Linnaeus, A. L. lucionensis, Linnaeus, ANN. Pericrocrotus andamanensis, Tytler, A. P. peregrinus, Linnaeus, A. P. cinereus, Lafresnaye, A. Campophaga terrat, Bodart, N. Grauculus massai, Lesson, A. G. dobsoni, Ball, A. Artemis leucogaster, Sandoval, A. Oriolus macrurus, Blythe, A. O. andamanensis, Tytler, A. O. melanocephalus, Linnaeus, A. Eulibus intermedia, Hay, ANN. Chelonis chalybeus, Hosford, ANN. Pastor roseus, Linnaeus, A. Sturnia andamanensis, Tytler, A. S. erythropigia, Blythe, N. Agropsa sturninus, Paulus, N. Acridothoris tristis, Linnaeus, ANN. Musitria grisiola, Blythe, A. Anthipes olivaceus, Hume, A. Alcyonax laterostris, Raffles, A. Terpsiphone nicobarica, Oates, ANN. Hypothemus azurea, Bodart, N. H. tytleri, Bevan, A. Pratincula mora, Paulus, A. Cyanicula suecica, Linnaeus, A. Copsicus saularis, Linnaeus, A. Citincula albiventris, Blythe, A. Merula obscura, Gemelin. Geochichla sibrica, Paulus, A. G. albigularis, Blythe, N. G. andamanensis, Wald, A. Passer domesticus, Linnaeus, A. Emberiza pusilla, Paulus, A. E. aureola, Paulus, N. Hirundo rustica, Linnaeus, ANN. H. javanica, Sparman, A. Motacilla leucopsis, Gold, A. M. melanope, Paulus, ANN. M. borealis, Sandoval, ANN. M. flava, Linnaeus, ANN. Liminodromus indicus, ANN. Anthus ricardi, Vielo, A. A. cervinus, Paulus, ANN. Aethopija nicobarica, Hume, N. Arichnectra andamanica, Hume, A. Dicaeum virescens, Hume, A. Dendrocoppus andamanensis, Blythe, A. Triponax hodgii, Blythe, A. Eurystomus orientalis, Linnaeus, A. Merops philippinus, Linnaeus, N. Melitophagus swinhoei, Hume, A. Alcedo ispida, Linnaeus, ANN. A. bevani, Wall, A. Seix tridactyla, Paulus, ANN. Pelagopsis leucocephala, Gemlin, N. P. guarial, Pearson, A. Halcyon saturatia, Hume, A. H. pileata, Boddart, ANN. H. davisoni, Sharp, A. H. occipitalis, Blythe, N. Caliaceon liliacina, Swainson, ANN. Rhytidocorus narcondami, Hume, A. Cypselus apus, Linnaeus, A. C. subfocatus, Blythe, A. Chaetura indica, Hume, A. Collocalia innominata, Hume, A. C. fransica, Gmelin, ANN. C. inexpectata, Hume, N. C. lynchii, Hosford and Montague, ANN. Caprimulgus andamanensis, Hume, A. Lincornis cerviniceps, Gould, A. Cuculus canorus, Linnaeus, A. C. saturatus, Hodson, ANN. C. micropterus, Gould, A. Chrysococcus xanthorhynchus, Hosford, ANN. C. maculatus, Gmelin, ANN. Eudynamis honorata, Linnaeus, ANN. Syntropus eurycerus, Hay, N. C. andamanensis, Tytler, A. Paleornis magnirostris, Ball, A. P. fasciatus, Mueller, A. P. caniceps, Blythe, N. P. erythrogenus, Blythe, N. P. tytleri, Hume, A. Loriculus vernalis, Sparman, ANN. Strix flammea, Linnaeus, A. Cyrnium, species unknown, Salopato, Hosford, ANN. Ketupa, species unknown, Javanensis, unknown, Lesson, A. Scops nicobarica, Hume, N. S. Bully, Hume, N. Ninox affinis, Tytler, ANN. N. obscura, Hume, ANN. N. scrutulata, Raffles, N. Spizatus andamanensis, Hume, A. Spilornis davisoni, Hume, ANN. S. minimus, Hume, N. S. elgini, Tytler, A. Haliatus leucogaster, Gmelin, ANN. Milvus govinda, Sykes, A. Circus cineraceus, Montague, A. C. aeruginosus, Linnaeus, A. Aster soleensis, Hosford, N. A. butleri, Gurney, N. Accipiter nisus, Blandford, A. A. virgatus, Rhineward, ANN. Falco peregrinus, Linnaeus, ANN. Denunculus alundarius, Gmelin, A. Microhyrax latifrons, Sharp, N. Osmoteron chloroptera, Blythe, ANN. Carpophaga aenea, Linnaeus, A. C. insularis, Blythe, N. Myristicivora bicolor, Scopoli, ANN. Caloinus nicobarica, Linnaeus, ANN. Calcophaps indica, Linnaeus, ANN. Alsocomus palamboides, Hume, ANN. Terta tigrinus, Temminck, N. T. cameensis, Gmelin, A. Anopoplia trankibarica, Hermann, A. Macropegia rufipennis, Blythe, ANN. Excalfactoria chinensis, Linnaeus, N. Francolinus pondicerianus, Gmelin, A. Megapodius nicobaricus, Blythe, N. A. Turnix albiventris, Hume, N. Hypotoenidia obscuria, Hume, ANN. Porzana pusilla, Paulus, A. Rallina caningi, Tytla, A. Amorornis phoenicurus, Penn, ANN. Gallicris cinerea, Gmelin, A. Asacus magnirostris, Geoffrey, A. Dromas ardiola, Pascal, ANN. Glariola orientalis, Leach, ANN. Strepsilus interpres, Linnaeus, ANN. Microsarcops cinereus, Blythe, A. Caradris fulvus, Gmelin, ANN. Squaterola helvetica, Linnaeus, A. Aegiolitis Geoffroyi, Wagler, ANN. A. mongolica, ANN. A. verida, Gold, A. A. dubia, Scopoli, A. Numenius arcata, Linnaeus, ANN. P. Phoebus, Linnaeus, ANN. Pterychia cinerea, Guldenst, A. Totanus hypolicus, Hypoliacus, Linnaeus, ANN. T. glariola, Gmelin, A. T. ocropus, Linnaeus, A. T. calidris, Linnaeus, A. T. glottis, Linnaeus, N. Tringa ruficolus, Paulus, ANN. T. suminuta, Midend, A. Unknown. T. crassirostris, Temminck and Schlegel, A. T. subacata, Guldenst, ANN. T. platerincha, Temminck, A. Gallinago culestis, Frenzel, A. G. stenura, Kuhl, ANN. G. gallinula, Linnaeus, A. Hydrochelidon Lycoptera, Meissner and Schins, A. Sterna anglica, Montague, A. S. Dougalli, Montague, A. S. media, Hosford, ANN. S. melanochin, Temminck, ANN. S. anestheta, Scopoli, A. Anus stolidus, Linnaeus, A. A. leucocapillus, Gould, A. Pelicanus philippinus, Gmelin, ANN. Phaeton indicus, Hume, A. P. flavirostris, A. P. rubicoda, Boddart, N. Oceanitus oceanus, Coote, A. Andrea manilensis, Sharp, ANN. Herodias intermedia, Wagler, ANN. H. gazetta, Linnaeus, A. N. unknown. Bubulcus coromandus, Boddart, A. Leptorodius Saker, Gmelin, ANN. Ardiola grayi, Sykes, A. A. Bacchus, Bonaparte, A. Buteroidus javanica, Hosford, ANN. Nycticorus griseus, Linnaeus, N. Goisacius melanolithus, Raffles, N. Ardetta sinensis, Gmelin, ANN. A. cinnamomea, Gmelin, ANN. Dendrosignia javanica, Hosford, ANN. Netopus coromandelianus, Gmelin, A. Netium creca, Linnaeus, ANN. N. albiculaire, Hume, A. The following new additions should now be made to the above to complete the known list of the Andaman and Nicobar avifauna. Zosterops species, Car Nicobar. Sturnia species, Cachal Nicobars. Rhinomyia species, Great and Little Nicobar. Aricnetra species, Nicobars. Pita species, Great and Little Nicobar. Ninox species, Little Nicobar. Spilornis species, Great Nicobar. Aster species, Cachal, Nicobars. Osmoteron species, South Andaman. Excalfactoria species, Trinket, Nicobars. End of section 21. End of In the Andamans and Nicobars by C. Boden Kloss.